they know me. Went from 8 to 24 like Kobe. Every time I look into the mirror, talking to the old me, like you owe me. You the closer. I've been through it all, can't believe they know me. Went from 8 to 24 like Kobe. Every time I look into the mirror, talking to the old me, like you owe me. You the closer. I've been through it all, can't believe they know me. Went from 8 to 24 like Kobe. Every time I look into the mirror, talking to the old me, like you owe me. You the closer. I've been through it all, can't believe they know me. Went from 8 to 24 like Kobe. Every time I look into the mirror, talking to the old me, like you owe me. You the
Yo, what's poppin'? What's good with y'all? Let's get this started. Cause I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Marchpalooza. Marchpalooza. And don't worry, I got loads of videos dropping today. Today. And tomorrow I'm going to double down, make videos for tomorrow and the next day. So let's get into this, man. Let's get into this. So what we about to get into today is one of them ones. You dig? One of them ones. So without further ado, let's get it. Now I'm about to go make some breakfast. Alright, so what we about to watch right now? Low effort content is ruining. Let's get into it. And if you chime in, please let me know.
Low effort content is ruining YouTube. Alright, so this video is by Omeezy. I mean, for all the people in the back, you can't see his name. Go his name right here, Omeezy. I want to go check out his video instead of watching mine. Feel free to go do that. You know what I mean? So he's basically breaking down. I saw the original video to this already. It was a young brother. He made a video about one of my counterparts, I'll say, in this space, which is Astro Dior and Don. He had them on the thumbnail. You know what I mean? And so I clicked it because I see Astro Dior on there. I'm like, wait, they exposing. You know what I mean? Like that's, to me, that's like a homie virtually, because he's looked out for me when it comes to certain questions I've had about thumbnails, just different things in this space. When I was first entering the space, he was one of the first big content creators to react to my content or whatever. So I definitely appreciate it. Whatever. So when I seen him on there, I was like, damn, like, look what they got for Astro Dior's. You know, I watched it or whatever, and I had my thoughts on it. Now, Omeezy, you know, his platform is a lot bigger, so I do want to see like what angle he's kind of attacking all of this at. And I'm also in this realm of reactions, so I think I could kind of hit this from a personal place too, from my perspective.
A couple days ago, a video dropped on my timeline saying that the window for lazy content is over. The era of low effort is no more, and we are in a place and space where dumping a bunch of dollars, dumping a bunch of effort and energy into big, brilliant, elaborate pieces of content is the way to go. We're talking about getting on the level of like Mr. Beast or Hassanat or Airrack. So any of these talk about. But I think that's a real surface level analysis. The real question is, why does it feel like reaction slash commentary content is struggling right now? I want to take a deep dive into why people feel this way. And I'm going to invite some friends along the way, so stick around for that. If you're new to this channel, please hit that subscribe button. It goes a long way for the community. You can't reach our goals without your contribution. Now, back into the video. Now, gather around, children, as I tell this tale of early YouTube. A time in which thumbnails entitled Didn't Matter, silly little cat videos were the craze, and everybody, and I mean everybody, had a reaction to them. Everybody was making some sort of low-effort content. Nobody likes being lied to, right? We have 50 lies that you still believe. What could these lies possibly be? Just look at this.
This pass picked off by Jefferson.
Like, what the are you doing? What the are you doing?
Good morning, everybody. Just watching some Impractical Joke.
That's one of the dopest things about YouTube is just seeing like the evolution of people. Cause seeing these videos, like especially like Flight Cash, it's like, dang man, y'all documented every step of the way. We like that's so inspiring. I don't know about y'all, I'm easily inspired. But when I see that, I'm like, wow, look where they're at now. Did they know that one day they will be who they are now? And I think about myself where I'm like, all right, I'm not exactly where I want to be, but they weren't exactly where they wanted to be either, and they just kept going. You know what I mean? That's just so dope. Because the proof is in the pudding. For the
Because I woke up and who was sleeping here last night? I wonder who it was. Oh, hey, Lawrence. What's up, man? Hey, Brandon.
There was less competition. There were lower
can't make that
production
kind of content.
standards. I can't even remember people running around saying that the little blue Yeti desktop mic was the penultimate mic. Personalities were rare in the space, and ultimately, audiences weren't overstimulated. You could sit in front of a camera, react, yap for like 15 minutes, and be some sort of audience. And the reason why is simply due to the fact that you were competing against amateurs. Now, every camera is a top-of-the-line Sony camera. People don't do commentary videos without a full-on production team. There's documentary-level storytelling. Shorts are highly optimized. AI is enhancing the editing process. The baseline is ultimately changed. No glaze, but I remember when I changed my background, people looked at me and said, what the hell is he doing for a talking head channel? During this video, I'm going to reference / show some content creators who personally react to my content or react to other people's content. And I want you guys to know wholeheartedly.
Yeah, to anybody that's wondering, like, why would he improve his background? Do you understand that these are our jobs? Like, the people that you watch on YouTube, especially the ones that post every single day, this is their job. So constantly tweaking and trying to improve the visual, the sound, that's all to improve the business. You know, like, why would you question why? It looks better. It makes you feel like he's more efficient. But I get it. A lot of people think because everybody could post on YouTube, it's not that serious. But when you see the money that you're able to make on YouTube, especially when you have somebody doing it full time, yeah, you would invest in your equipment for people to come back and treat you with.
Cause look, listen, y'all gotta understand. Like, I figured out I can make money on here, but this is what I love to do for the free. So before the money comes through media, I'm making money outside. I make money outside the crib. And I work for myself. So with me creating stuff, I'm creating for free. Like, I'm about to upgrade my media company to the point I will be, let's say, I'm going to take my idea and put it on a hoodie, and I'm gonna get plethora of hoodies to send out. So
Type of professionalism as well. Now, I mean, you would definitely invest in your equipment, invest in your craft. This is TV. I don't think like the older generation really understands that. Like a lady the other day, she was like, "What do you do?" That is the funniest question that I get. What do you do? And I say, "Well, I'm a YouTuber. I have a podcast." They're like, "Well, what do you do on your podcast?" And I react to different videos, different situations. I use clips from TikTok, all types of. Her response was, "Wow, okay, that's a nice little hobby to have." A hobby, okay. Then she says, "You don't want to like be on the radio or be on TV?" And that's the divide. We are radio. We are TV. That's what people don't realize. We are free radio and free TV. Well, radio always been free, but we're not cable, but we're giving entertainment to people. And this is how I want y'all to see if you want to be a content creator. You're giving entertainment to people that, let's just say, they don't have cable. You know what I mean? Or let's just say they're not next to their TV. Or let's just say they're driving. Most people don't want to listen to the radio. They put on their favorite podcast, let that shit play. Back in the day, they used to do the same thing with radio. This is radio. This is TV. You have people that have high production, and you have people that do a lot of commentary, like myself. You know what I mean? Like, y'all see with my videos, when I'm reacting, I make sure I'm talking a lot. Because I don't want it to feel like I'm stealing this person's video. I just use this video so I can yap on this situation.
It's a fact.
Because essentially, I want y'all to come back for me. You know what I mean? Not because of the videos that I'm watching.
That's a fact. When I pause videos, I don't want to make it seem as if we just in a reaction, watching a reaction. Because like right now, he's watching a reaction. Now I'm watching him react to a reaction. You know, it makes sense? Just saying.
This is not any sort of disrespect, or at least it's not meant to be any sort of disrespect. Isn't that what somebody always says right before you disrespect them? I truly mean for this to come off as like constructive criticism in this space. So sure, I am going to be using you as an example, but for what it's worth, take that with a grain of salt. People say that content creation is a saturation problem right now. There's too many creators. I don't believe that. Someone new pops off every single day. Saturation isn't killing it. Replaceability. If your reaction looks like 10 other channels, same jokes, same outrage, same talking points, or just straight up lazy reactions.
They don't provide any commentary at all whatsoever. Put the video title in their title and then put reaction after it and post it. They sit there like 5 or however long the video is, pause it. Sometimes sometimes they watch the video before they react.
Then I'm sorry. At that point, you are.
Yeah, I think those people, they don't really love the craft for real. Like, I think to do
Facts.
this, especially on a regular, you have to enjoy it. My biggest thing is I like to make people laugh. I like to
Exactly.
talk deep. I like to learn, and I love to teach. With all of those encompassing, it makes for good commentary. It makes for a whole moment of just sit down and listen. But when you have people that just get on and they play the video and they just, oh, that's crazy. Oh, wow. All right, y'all. Until next time, it's been your boy Top Boogie. Body, man. Peace. I know channels that do that. I know channels that do that. You know what I mean? But I pride myself on not doing that. And if it's a topic where I feel like I'm going to be on that, more than likely, I'm not going to react to that. Even if it's going viral. Because I don't know what to say. And usually if I don't know what to say, for real, and I'm just going to be watching, I'll let y'all know.
Just clicking. And ultimately, you'll be replaced.
I'm going to let the video play down.
On YouTube, I can see people that react to my channel, and sometimes I go and watch how they react or what they're saying to see what I can improve on next time for my video, my thought process, the way that I internalize things, etc., etc. And oftentimes, I see that I've made an 8-minute video, and somebody else will make an 8-minute, 10-second video, meaning that they didn't really react to it. They just watched the video. They might throw a, "Oh yeah, he right," or "That's a good point" every once in a while, but for the most part, they're not adding value. But then I come across somebody like a Hassan who's reacted to my video before, shameless plug, and I see the way that he reacts to the video and the content, and honestly, it works. There's a
Crazy world that we live in, especially because brothers' dollars is low. But shout out to my subscribers, because right now they are making money just by playing games on their phone. Shout out to this subscriber right here. I think it's A Vocals. He said, "Hey brother, I'm a sub to your YouTube, but I made over $300 so far. At first he couldn't send me a picture. But I asked him, I said, "Dope, bro, what game do you play?" And I wanted to tell y'all. He said, "Only two: Monopoly, Disney, and Solitaire." Well, that's three, I believe. So this is his earnings right here. If you want to make these money and you want to try it out for yourself, I'll put the link in the description below. It's extremely simple. I mean, just check it out. If it's not for you, it's not for you. But as you can see, I always show y'all evidence that people in real life making money doing this. All right. And I know these people; they're not paid actors. You know what I mean? I always show y'all the DMs that I get. And if you make some money, I will also shout you out. Now I mean on my page as well. Alright, so DM me a screenshot of the earnings that you've made playing games on your phone. I'll put the link in the description below, the link in the comment section. Alright, back to the video.
He expresses and engages with his chat. It feels like there's value added to an already existing piece of content.
It's a false act caption that just does not happen, and everybody believes it.
Bro, it's so crazy. I've been dealing with this for years. Every single one of these got paid by initially to do Hassan content over and over again.
Then you as a creator can ask yourself, well, why would anybody watch my video? Why wouldn't they watch the original video or a bigger reaction or some sort of short form recap? I know what some people are already thinking, well, I see so-and-so do exactly what Omar's talking about right now, and they get away with it. So why does that mean I can't? Stop, you're lazy. You're not going to win. Already, you're not going to win the content creation. The reason why creators can make reaction channels and even be a little bit lazy with it is because they've already created this value and this trust with a certain audience. I remember during the pandemic, a lot of content creators popped up and started building either reaction channels or some sort of different platform. And through that time, when everybody was sitting in the house, they built up that trust within that audience that says, hey, I have a valued opinion.
1 second. Cause see, I don't really be reacting. I just like watching the videos. You know what I'm saying? So Yeah. Based on majority of the people that watch me, it's like they're on the day. So
funny, etc., etc.
Yeah, not only that though, I think where a lot of people mess up when it comes to reactions or commentary, they sound so stale. Like there's a YouTube voice. You know how they say there's an AI voice? There's a YouTube voice. Like the girls, we all know the vlogging girl voice. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Like that is something of the past. Or like these videos where these guys, it sounds like you got this all off of ChatGPT and you're just reading off of it. Like there's no like no breath work. Like did you breathe? Like throughout the whole video, everything was mad close. And I think
What's new with Google Ads? Google AI powers campaigns that work for you. Your ads multiplied. Your performance optimized.
for me, I think it's a little bit more personal when I'm watching somebody and I'm listening to them, not listening to them for like I'm watching them all think about what they're gonna say. Like I don't know. For me, it just makes for a lot more genuine of an experience of a watch. Because you ever watch something you like, damn, I wonder am I the only one that sees it like this? And then you watch it. Imagine if you're watching somebody and it's just fully scripted, and everything they're saying, it seems like they're reading off of something. It just you won't want to come back to that. So I think the originality is why I don't believe that this is saturated. I think there's a certain persona that's very saturated in this space. I mean, where people, especially with red pill stuff, I mean, like those little pockets of YouTube, they repeat the same ish to the point where when you watch their videos, you know exactly the angle and how they're gonna feel about this topic. To me, that's not sustainable. Eventually, it gets old. Eventually, people can finish your sentences before you say it, and that just doesn't make for good sustainability. If you ask me, being original, how do you really feel, even if the comment section winds up being against you? That to me, I think is good content.
So you should come back to watch me. In 2026, though, if you think about going about it that way,
by watching his videos, especially because he's so consistent. You know to look for him every single day. You know? So I don't know. I feel like that's a little bit drag. Because if it's that lazy, why do people keep coming back to watch it?
Part of me wants to say yes, part of me wants to say no. I would more so say that they're
I'm so mad I forgot my point.
original piece of content, or the Twitter summaries, the quick summations of what's going on, whether it be through short form content or somebody else's news platform. But even then, I would barely say that there's a level of competition. I will acknowledge though that the way that some people consume content is differently in this day and age. Instead of waiting to see a 14-minute reaction on a new burger that McDonald's has out, I'm going to go to TikTok because I need to make a decision about lunch because I'm hungry. Now those types of channels are still winning in 2026, but it's all based off of the personality and the trusted taste bud of said content. So especially if you're somebody who doesn't add a lot of value or content or context or whatever to a piece of content, why would I wait for you when I can get the same information somewhere else faster? You're not giving me any life experiences, any anecdotes, nothing extra brought to the table, flashy edits, etc., etc. The part of me that says no is simply
it's the personality adding to the topic.
Now there are TurboTax experts right in your neighborhood. They get to know your unique situation and get you every dollar you deserve. So hand off your taxes to a local TurboTax expert today.
Upwork puts the world's best freelance talent right at our fingertips. We need an AI chatbot for customer service.
Cause I feel like I'm the only content creator on here that has different months where I'm doing different things. I'm never doing the same exact thing every time. Like, just last month, I did Black History Month. The first January, I was getting y'all ready for what I was doing. This is Marchpalooza.
You ever watch something and you're like, dang, like this would have been even better if I watched it with my girl. Like we could have really enjoyed this shit together. Like our personalities would have bounced off as we're watching it, bouncing off opinions. It makes for a better vibe when you're watching something. You know what I mean? It adds to the topic. If you're a good reactor, you know what I mean? If you're a good commentary channel, you have a strong opinion. You're not always on the same. Like I could be watching an old Meezy video and be like, I don't really agree with what he's saying. I mean, I could watch another one of his videos and be like, I do agree with what he's saying. It kind of just makes for different perspectives too.
due to the fact that everybody has a different opinion. They have a different way of storytelling. They have a bit of uniqueness in their perspective that should be able to add a little bit of spice and pizzazz to the content they're making. Oftentimes on this channel, I talk about streaming news and leverage my proximity, whether it be past or present, to said streamers and my experience working in the industry in order to give a little bit of expertise in that realm as I give my breakdown as to what's going on. And that may be different from like a One Cloud 9, who apparently a lot of my audience watches. Shouts out to One Cloud 9. He gives his perspective of somebody that is the same age as these guys, who has started his content career journey at the same age as these guys and is coming up with the same sorts of pressures. Hell, even as you watch this video right here, I know at least 3 to 4 other guys within my circle who have done this same exact video, and all of them will be different. And for what it's worth, all of them should get a good amount of views just based on the fact that this is a good topic. Everybody has different perspectives, and somebody's going to do something just a little bit different in every single video. And I'm going to prove to you that it's not a competitive thing. I've decided to sit down with my competition and ask them if they feel as though they're competing with myself, each other, if they feel as though they're scared to release video based on what somebody else across the aisle or in the audience channels that your audience watches is watching. Here's what they had to say. All right, my good sir.
Good.
feel like we're in competition with each other on YouTube?
For drama, for sure. Because whoever posts first usually gets the bulk of the views. I mean, we see even with like smaller creators, like I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Novelty and EH, or DH, I think that's his name. Yo, they was first to the David situations, ran up a bag with it back when they were small. A lot of things is if you come first, you get like the bulk of the prey, you get the bulk of the views, bulk of the attention. Everybody.
Yeah, because how that works. So I used to do content how they do content. You go back to my earlier videos. I was doing the whole storytelling. I would find a TikTok situation and introduce it to YouTube. Or I would go on Twitter, find a situation, introduce it to YouTube. Now it had to be things that I could actually teach something like from the situations. I wouldn't dabble on everything. But that is very true though. That is very true. Because what I was gonna say, well, I don't know why I keep losing my train of thought. What I was gonna say was, if I bring the topic first, this is the first time everybody's seeing this. I mean, like, they're storytelling. If you are storytelling and somebody already told that story, and you're just telling the story, not a lot of, personal comments on it, it's not a lot of personality in it, it's just you're just telling me a story, more than likely, I'm not going to want to hear that story again, because I see a lot of content creators do this. They'll wait like 2 weeks, a month after a situation already happened, but they like, oh, this is a viral topic, let me talk about it. This story has already been told.
Nah, see, when you creating content, you gotta be on it. So as soon as it drops, as soon as it hits your feed, you post it. You gotta post. Like, that's what creating content is about. It's about who's getting in first. Cause I'll sometimes just take a post and create a video and not know nothing about it. I'm just saying.
Multiple times. Most people, by this thumbnail, they already know what exactly is in this video. You know what I mean? So, in that storytelling niche, you are kind of in competition. Now, with reactions, I think it's a little bit different because you have your community that wants to see specifically what you have to say about this. Like, they could have already known the story, but they want to, like, see what will he say about this. For instance, I watch 1v1 content and stuff like that. I'll watch a game and be like, I want to see what BL is said during this game. I already seen the game. If you guys know, 1v1 content, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's just you want to see what your creator also feels about this, because this is like a friend to you, so it's a little bit different when it comes to reaction.
So right now, we need to get it right now, top 5. Like, that's kind of how it is. So I feel like for sure, but at the same time, we all do help each other, because if you do a video, you talk about a video, and Cameron do a video the next day, you watch your video, they gonna get recommended Cameron's point of view, then they gonna get recommended Novelty's point of view, then my point of view. It's yours, like Dawn. Like, it's just like a never-ending cycle, because they watch all of us, they're subscribed to all of us, so it kind of creates more of a community. I feel like one thing that could help us is we all kind of combine a little bit, maybe a collab takes, but that would just be so hard with drama. We'll be honest, it'll be very hard.
Nah, why do you say that? I feel like I'm only in competition with myself.
Oh,
I mean, I look at other channels, commentary channels, but like I don't really see myself as competing with them, because I feel like if I do that, then I'm gonna like move on this like imaginary clock when it's like I should move on my clock. Do you feel like from like an eyes perspective, like, oh wow, Speed just jumped off a bridge, I'm gonna make a video about it. I know Omar's gonna make a video about it. I know that, I don't know, Shams is gonna make a video about it. Do you feel like, that changes how you make the video or do whatever based on the fact that other people are gonna make a video about the same topic? I mean, I feel like the best thing
I make videos about things that people don't talk about. That's what separates me from other people. I don't talk about the same thing. These other content creators don't talk about the same thing and trying to be first. I'm talking on things that they're not talking on. The videos that I drop They ain't dropping. They ain't dropping these videos. Like, I'm being for real.
It's like implement my personality. Because, like, let's say you do a topic and I do one, but we both have similar personalities, but not the exact same. It's like we have different jokes, different, like, ways we're putting it out. I like that's the best way to kind of, like, change that. But I feel like you can't really do any drastic changes. So it's something, like, I don't really, like, worry about as much compared to, like, others, I would say. From a perspective, we are sort of, like, in competition. I can't take that away because it's a title, thumbnail, content, whatever. But in the same token, one, I know people watch multiple videos, and two, the uniqueness of the voice is there. So, like, I'm not necessarily worried about your perspective, but I'm more so worried about my perspective. Like, I'll watch your video or Don, whoever, I'll watch Nobby's video to get the point of view and some talking points. But ultimately, I'm more so, like, I feel like I have a unique perspective and a unique life experience that you didn't have. So, like, there's no way we can ever step in on each other and you put a little bit more of, like, a comedic spin from your age range. And I can never compete with that. Like, I'm not, as much as I, like, fake the funk of being young, I'm not your age and I don't have that specific comedic element. So, I don't know. I do understand the point of view of, like, oh, you're a comp. But to be honest with you,
We all do appeal to different.
yeah.
Yeah, I do agree. Yeah.
Even with the same audience.
I like reacting to your videos because you provide the information, you give your opinion, but you also like leave time out for like everybody to kind of respond with their opinions. It's very professional. So yeah, you do have a different take on things than I do.
How do you feel about the people that react to your videos? Because I know that on YouTube it'll say like content detection, and then you can see the people that do the reactions. Do you ever look at some of those videos?
I do some of them, but I don't really.
Yeah, as somebody that used to do these kind of videos, like breaking stories and stuff, and I had people do reactions on my video. I still have people that do reactions on my videos. I will say this. As a content creator, doing those kind of videos is very time consuming. It's very time consuming. And when you watch somebody else play your video and they're not really adding nothing to it, that does feel like stealing. And the reason why, and that's very controversial in this space of reactions, but the reason why I say that is because you just used my video as the video. Like, hear me out. Even this video of me reacting to Obese, I'm using his video for my talking pieces. I'm not using his video as the entertainment. I'm still an entertainer. So now when you play somebody's video on your video, well, you react to a video and you're not really saying anything, you just letting the video just play.
See, look, that's what I'm trying to tell people. When I'm watching other creators, I'm trying to understand how they are doing it. You feel me? I don't want to just be. So I know I'm never stealing. I can never steal because the content I make, the content I'm dropping, they're not dropping. You know what I'm saying? The content I'm dropping, they not dropping.
It's like, alright, you know what I mean? Like, come on, that's lazy. Now that is lazy. Unless, like I said, this is something, you know, maybe this is just a video that's very intriguing. Okay, cool. But that definitely feels a lot more lazy. You have nothing to really add to the video. Because essentially you could just watch that by yourself if you're not gonna say nothing. Unless niggas just really like the way your eyebrows move when you watch videos. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, and just on that topic before
And then another thing is my view count don't be rocking for real. Let me see real quick. See, so I'm not a person who gives low effort. I'm not a person who does low effort. Because the content I drop on YouTube is the same content I drop on TikTok. I do live streams just to freeball. Just to freeball the streams. But you see me dropping but God
That's
is
part of
good,
the
God
reason
is
why
great. Thank for the food, but perceive, amen.
was intensive. If y'all go back, I was doing 3 videos a week, right? I would do a video on Monday, try to do a video on Wednesday, and then do a video like Friday or Saturday, and then take a break. You know what I mean? And do the same thing the following. What I learned is that what I really love about this is doing this. It's just talking. It's not the super prepared, finding these topics. No, I just love talking to my people, being able to just laugh. Like, this is what I enjoy doing for my content. So the thing about doing their kind of content, it takes so long to post one video. Yeah, I mean, I'm not speaking for them, but just the storytelling type of content for me, it took so long for me to post one video. As y'all know, I have 2 under 2 in my crib now. I don't have enough time to be sitting here rewatching my whole video, editing up all my words, adding the clips, adding effects, copying this, pasting it over here. And when I see my audience, I even asked you, I was like, do y'all rather the raw uncut me, or do y'all rather me be edited? And I had the whole speech set up, the dialogue set up, like which one? Everybody was like, nah, I love the raw uncut. I mean, you feel like we just vibing. So for some people, it's not that you're being lazy. It's just this is what works for your lifestyle as well. And this is what you're good at. Everybody can't do this. You know what I mean? Everybody cannot entertain just by being themselves. Do I think a lot of people can do it? Yeah. I definitely think once you get comfortable on camera, yeah, you can definitely do it. But everybody can't entertain just raw, no edits. So to call that lazy is kind of like, well, you should try it. You should try to grow a channel. Try not to say any no uhs. Have good topics, different things that I just said. Don't say gave y'all 2 uhs just now. And have different talking points through the video and just off the dome. That's not lazy. That's actually a lot harder than what I was doing before, which was scripting my video from the time I woke up. I was scripting the video like what I wanted to say. I'll go on a walk. Put a link of a TikTok video. I'm going to insert. Literally had the whole breakdown. Now, I'm literally off the dome. Off the dome. It has helped me with my speech. It has helped me with my thinking and speaking at the same time. But it's not easy. But there are some people that are pretty lazy.
Watch people who react to my videos as much because I don't want to overthink the next time I'm writing something in a video. But I love it, and I say that because if they're reacting, and even though I don't get the view fully, somebody is seeing my face, and it's like they're enjoying the content. And it's like I'd rather have that than nobody reacting, because if no one's reacting, then the video's just probably not good. Do you ever look at the
Man, listen. Hold up. Wait a second. So, I'm going to say this. If nobody's reacting to me, it doesn't bother me. It don't bother me. It don't pay me no never mind. It don't pay me no never mind. Because you want to know why? Majority of the people who create content, they do it because the money's here. I've been creating content since 2020. The most I've seen from YouTube was around $300 and some dollars. In the 5 years I created my YouTube channel. But creating content isn't where my money resides. All of my money resides outside. I make my money outside. The money I make outside makes it to where I can do this for the free ski. So if I do land on some money, or if I do become a millionaire through creating content, then that's what's up. Then that means that I would have two powerhouses making money. Just saying.
Was it called content detection in YouTube? And you see all the people that react to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check them out.
Have you ever watched one of their videos?
All the time, especially if it's somebody big who I used to watch when I was like a lot younger. One of my bad habits is sometimes I get a little bit fanned out because I'm young. Like I grew up with YouTube. A lot of people don't. Yo, I grew up on YouTube. Like people who are watching this video, I was you. I still am you. So like I get fanned out sometimes. So if it's like somebody who I used to like fuck with heavy, they react to my video. I'm like, damn, hold on. Got my niggas sending me videos about it because I remember it was somebody who I'm actually kind of cordial with right there. He started reacting to my videos. One of my boys, he used to watch me as a kid. Like he used to send me his videos all the time. And like when he first reacted to my shit, like it was a pretty big day in the group chat. I'm not gonna lie. So I feel like I know it might sound crazy to you, but like yo, dead ass YouTube is like my TV. So
I understand where you come from.
So let me give you an example of what I'm saying. When I'm saying like, okay, this is too much. All right. So YouTube has this thing right here where this is what Omizi's talking about right now, content detection. So it tells you who has reacted to your videos. Like they use your video, to make their content. Now, this is what I want you guys to pay attention to on these videos. 70%, 60%, 80%. Like these aren't crazy. Like that's not bad to me. You know what I mean? That means you were still talking. Now, this one right here, 100. Which one was it? It was one of them said 100%. Yeah, 100%. Like something like this. Like what exactly is this? Like this says 100% they had my video. Let's see. I don't even see nobody else's face in this video. So like something like this. Well, what is this right here?
Let me see something real quick. There are some people who use my content 100%. I don't see nobody else's face. Nobody else's face. That's crazy.
Ooh, now believe me.
That was a hiccup.
Yeah, like my man, like bro, like it says you react, but I don't see no reaction. You just reposted my video. So things like this, yeah, like what are we doing here? Or even if you was just to pop up at the end of the video and finally say something, or maybe I just didn't see him. Hold on. There's a part of me that feel like maybe he had like some speech impediment or something. Who come from prison, but they don't really those lyrics in jail.
Take this again. I'm not gonna have
Feel
in commission.
I don't.
What's new with Google Ads? Google AI powers campaigns that work for you. Your ads multiplied. Better results?
To sleep so he could be breathing over your neck. Alright, so I don't hear no nothing. Like, you know what I mean? So stuff like that, I feel like that is lazy. I'm sorry. That feels lazy. Like you're not gonna say anything. You know, you just reposted my video and you're just gonna make money just off the video. That right there is like, come on, what are we doing? You know? Like speak on the video. I have no problem with people reacting to my videos at all. But speak, you know, speak. Or at least show your face. You know, at least show your face, brother.
So I want to ask this because, granted, there are bigger people that.
But y'all definitely could react to my video. Even if somebody does what he just did, I'm not about to what do they call it, content strike that or nothing. Like I'm not out here trying to steal nobody's bag. You put my face out there, they're eventually gonna find the original person. Now if y'all just out here just stealing my bag, that is a little absurd. But at the same time, I'm not out here content strike. I've never content strike or took a video down or anything like that. Y'all want start a page, y'all want to react to me, yeah, react to me. It could be a dialogue.
That, I want to just get reactions out, and those are the ones that people like respectfully. Those are the low effort, situations. So how do you feel about those that just kind of sit there and react like, oh man, I agree. Oh yeah, you spit.
You're fucking up the game. I'm sorry. Okay, see here, I love reactions, right? I really do. But you can't put on a video and be like, oh yeah, like no, bro, like you're stealing the video at that point, bro. Like I'm gonna be honest, and like my main thing right now is reactions, right? But every single video, I'm giving my opinions, I'm giving my takes. I'll let the video play because niggas get mad when I talk a lot. I'm still gonna talk a lot, bro. It's a reaction. I'm not just here to.
Hey, listen. I know y'all see me on my phone, but I'm setting up another live stream to do on Kick. So every time I'm on my phone, I might create a video while creating the video. What's good with y'all? What's poppin'? What's poppin'? We out here. The time has come.
Yes. The wild part about that is, if you don't talk, people gonna be like, "Damn, you just stole a video." If you talk a lot, they're like, "Damn, man, can you just play the video?" You just gotta do what you're gonna do. I mean, as a content creator, you just gotta do what you're gonna do. You're not always gonna make people happy. I mean, it is what it is.
Real. That's crazy. Like, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Like, I'm sorry.
How do you feel about some of the reactions of some?
And like that's why when I'm watching these type of videos, that's why I got to pause it. Cause I don't want him to be talking all the time. Because then he gonna think I'm trying to steal. Like, nah. You can see my face. You can see my face. You can see where I'm living. You know what I'm talking about? Like, people be thinking that people think I stream for money. Do y'all not know I do this for free? Do y'all not know I do this for free? I make money outside. This ain't making me nothing.
I feel like for my reactions, they're not.
Transformative.
Yeah, they're not the greatest. They're not the greatest.
Honestly, it never really mattered to me. Well, I think it's because like, and this sounds really messed up, right? But like, I only see the reactions that like get
Cameron
likes.
seemed like such a
Right.
happy dude.
The ones that don't, it's like I probably don't see them, which they're probably bad. But at the same time, like if they once again, if somebody else is seeing me from that audience, they're more inclined to click on my video, or if they see my face the next time, they're like, oh, that's Cameron. I'd rather have that than like no reaction.
I don't even know who this is. I know who this is because I watch him. I don't know who this is. I know Ty Boogie. I don't know who that is.
At all, because I know there's some people out there that want reactions, want people to react to their content, but just the content maybe isn't good enough, or it's just not a like reactable like video. And I think like since people react to mine, it's like I mean whether it's like trash or a good reaction, it's like hey, I'll take it.
Why did you start a reaction channel as like a spinoff to your main content?
The main reason is because it was one of my mans who does this, right? He was telling me how much he loved it and also how much easier it was to make content with it and how much bread he was getting with it. I was like, I'm gonna try this shit out. And when I first tried it out, I was kind of like, it's alright, but like wasn't really fucking with it. But once I started losing love from like the main channel per se, making putting all that effort into a video, I started gaining a lot more love for reactions. It's a lot simpler, especially when I started streaming heavily. It's like a lot simpler. You can really interact with your chat. It's like watching a show with your boys. Like it's a cool environment. Even when I do it off stream, I just kind of fuck with it. It's a way for me to be seen a lot more rather than me posting once or twice or 3 times a week. And
Like, y'all gotta think about it when you do these type of contents, you telling stories, or maybe how I was doing just 3 videos a week. I had to understand that I have different viewers. I have a lot of women. I have a lot of men. I have older men. I have older women. I have young men. I have younger women that follow me. By only giving y'all 3 videos, I'm basically saying that I have 3 chances to get all of those audiences. I have 3 chances. Versus now.
So look, I create 6 or 7 videos a day. I'm gonna double down tomorrow and make 14 videos that I didn't make today because I've been just laying down in the bed, handling things behind the scenes.
I'm posting. Let me see. I think I'll probably take off one day, which is usually Saturday. For the most part, my goal is 2 videos a day. I'm giving y'all about 14, maybe even 12, 13 videos a week. So you have a lot more chances to see throughout the week. Because algorithm didn't think, oh, you're into this topic, so they didn't give you this video. Somebody that I really learned this from, and it's so funny because we talk about this, we talk about him and his situation a lot, is Anton Daniels. Anton Daniels, again, this is my job, so I got to study the game. That dude has YouTube like on a monopoly. Y'all don't even understand. Like what he does is almost unheard of. The dude posts like 40 something videos a week. He posts like 40 something videos a week, and they all do 50, 100, 200K views. So what he's doing is power in numbers. Again, I'm not when I put up my when I turn on YouTube, it's not all 7 of his videos that he posted in that day. No, it's one of the videos. Hey, are you interested in this? Okay, and then a whole bunch of other ESPN. I mean, it is what it is. Like a whole bunch of other YouTube pages. But he's making sure he's gonna keep on popping up. Every time I refresh, a different topic. And they not all alike. You know what I mean? So that's why I always say I respect his hustle. The way he does his content, and they're all very short. My videos a lot longer. But yeah, I learned that from the way he posts. He gives you a lot of variety for your interest for that day.
You gotta hire a whole editing team, and you gotta manage all of that. It's just I've done it. I'm cool off that. That was a little arc I had. I just like reactions a lot more. But you gotta grow into it because at first, I'm not gonna lie. At first, I've never been a quiet nigga. But at first, I'll get on my phone sometimes. I'll be like, man, that's crazy sometimes. I didn't really understand how it was supposed to work. But the more and more you get into it, the better you get. And I know it's kind of crazy to say that when all you're really doing is watching a video, but it is an art to it at the same time.
Yeah, I don't think people actually understand that because if you watch somebody starts a reaction channel, they've been doing it for like a year or two, and they've blown up. People just think like, oh wow, I can do this, but they don't look at their beginnings. So I even looked at like Young Don's early videos, his early reaction videos, very much more. Oh, well, you see, this is why this happened. But now he's so animated and all over the place. A soundboard,
yelling and shit. Yeah.
Going crazy, and people don't. I think that's the progression of every successful reactor. But I think the people that are new and up and coming don't understand that concept of like, you can't always just look at the phone and oh yeah, that's tight. You gotta
care about what you're reacting to, or else it's obvious. Like it's so obvious. One thing that fucked me over with reactions at the start, in my opinion, is that I would only react to like what other people would react to, right? I still do to an extent, but I've kind of have like my own base of reacts that I go to that I actually fuck with. If I really don't care about a topic, I'm not reacting. Some topics I might learn about and then I'm like, I don't give a fuck. But at the start of it, I was actually interested. So it's kind of like you gotta base what you like, and it's also you gotta be in it. You have to like. I'm more of a chiller guy, but you have to be in their face. You gotta do something that sets you apart because so many people are trying to react because people see it's the method, right? But a lot of people don't know how to actually get attention. So still be you, but you gotta know how to get attention at the same time.
I think that's a fact. I don't necessarily think you have to be like, doing the whole old flight react stuff, but we all have an entertaining part of us. It may be the part of us that we're just by ourselves, or when we're with our closest friend, or our best friend, or somebody we're just comfortable with. We have an entertaining part. If you're doing reactions, you have to be that part of it. When I'm watching a video, I may be thinking the things that I say on camera, but when I'm by myself, I'm not saying these things out loud. You know what I mean? I'm talking out loud. I'm talking what I'm thinking. You know what I mean? Like, so again, and it's also a thing of it is an art because I hear people say things like, man, I don't know how you sit there and just talk to a camera, nobody's there. It's like I know y'all are there. Like you know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird. Like I'm actually talking to you. We may not look in each other's eyes, but I can feel you listening to me. I don't know. It's weird.
Because I can say this. reason why, like, I know when my community comes in. My community is never here around 1, 2 o'clock. They come in around 5 later on. So I can just be chill. Be vibing.
So I do have, maybe you'll call it an imaginary person in front of me, and I'm talking to them, and they're just listening to me. You know what I mean? So it is somewhat of an art, because some people will really make it seem like, nah, man, it's weird to just sit there and do that for an hour. How do you do that?
Hungry Root is here, and I needed it because my fridge is super empty.
Cause look, some people be needing people to be with them to create content with. I'm those type of streamers. I don't need to have multiple people in a room. I can have a conversation with myself. I'm cool with that. Like, I don't care about being affiliated with people. I like to build my own stuff.
I'm gonna open the box. That's the exciting part. Hungry Root came through.
I guess it is.
So started a reaction channel, and I think for people that's like a little bit strange,
Yeah.
is you do put out also still high quality, high effort, as they say, videos. So then, why did you start your reaction channel?
So I could stray away from like quick topics, because I feel like the quick topics, like, don't get me wrong, they're good topics, but I have more fun when I can talk about like more broad topics. And when it comes to quick topics, it feels like I'm rushing myself. And like, let's say I'm trying to make an opinion on something. Sometimes like it just comes.
See, look, because I'm not a storyteller. I talk about whatever I want to talk about.
It's like making an opinion that quick, but then your opinion can change pretty quickly. So I feel like just so I can get to the quicker topics, like there'll be some topics where I'm like, dang, I don't want to make a main channel video about this, but I could still give my opinion on it if I react to another video at least. And that's sort of how I see it. But yeah, just so I can make like more broad videos on the main channel, and with more broad videos, it can be more like, they can be longer. Because like, let's say like a prank YouTuber does something, right? It's like I could make a video like X prank YouTuber messed up, but instead, why don't I do something where it's like TikTok pranksters have gone too far, and I talk about numerous situations with TikTok pranksters, and that can be like a 20-minute video, maybe even 25-minute video with like 4 different pranksters I talk about how they were rising up and they fell, and like how they're going to jail, how they're doing this, rather than just talking about that one situation. Because with that one situation, I feel like it'll pop off, it'll do good. But I feel like, at least on my channel, I've had a lot of evergreen videos that are still doing good from like last year and even 2 years ago. So it's like, when you have more broad videos like that, when I do stuff like that, I can have way more evergreen videos. So I'd rather go for those than like the like quicker topics.
I think that makes a lot of sense, simply due to the fact that, well, and I guess to add on to it, you've already built up a reputable name, and so people trust your opinion. I think the black content video that you did last year, there were so many people that I saw react to it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like red pill people,
Yeah.
some like Asian people. I'm like, oh, this is crazy. But
Yeah, and another thing with reactions is it feels, once you finally get your audience, you have like an actual audience. There's a difference, because with storytelling, you catch people only watching your videos because this is an interesting story. But when you have like these reactions, I peep people come back just because they want to come kick it with you, and I love that. I would rather community than virality. I had to learn that. Like, there's certain videos that will just go crazy. That don't mean you going crazy. I mean, that may But if a lot of people, they try to measure themselves based off of that. Nah, I measure myself based off of like videos that do okay. What numbers do they hit? How many comments are they getting? You know, like what the likes look like for those. That tells me, okay, I have a community, and that's why I harp on it. And for anybody that's trying to create, a platform and stuff like that, I would focus more on community than anything else. And I'm still, learning this. And I want to do better. The whole Discord thing, I want to do better with all that. But I would rather my people come back and check for me than a whole bunch of random people just, see me. Never really care to see me again.
The reason why is because like you have a good perspective, you laid it out well, all this other stuff. So it should be able to translate to the smaller, quicker topics, but just not on that same channel.
Yeah.
So I think that makes a lot of sense. Last question. What advice do you have for those that want to start off with reaction content? Their first step into the content creation journey is just straight up reaction content.
You should probably do something else. I would say either TikTok shorts or make commentary content. I feel like commentary content leading into reactions is a really great pipeline right now. All right, but do something else. Build a fan base. Get to over 100,000 to 200,000, and then once you got a good fan base that really fuck with you, that's when you start that reaction. But the reaction is gonna take a long time. Like we mentioned, Don, I was watching him when I was younger. He's low key like famous on YouTube, right? Like he's not even low key famous, right? But even it,
I don't even. Who is this? I don't know who this is. Like, I don't really know that much about these other streamers. He never comes on my For You page. Like, let me see something real quick. I'm about to see something real quick. Oh, it's not bad, Todd Bookie. He's been creating content since 2011. Okay. Yeah, but I don't know who are these other people.
elaborate on certain opinions instead of just saying, I agree. What do you agree with? Why do you agree with that? What's it called? How do you feel about like someone doing this or that, you know, rather than just like sitting there and laughing. But I also think that like when it comes to reaction content, like the problem right now is that like everyone has small attention spans. So everyone's just throwing stuff in the void on YouTube, like posting consistently, which is good, but at the same time it makes people feel like they can't compete. Which like I think if you're good enough you can compete, like with anyone, you know? Like when I was making my videos when I was first starting, like I never thought to myself like, oh, Mr. Beast is doing this, I'm cooked. This person's doing this, I'm cooked. I showed myself I can do it, and then I just did it. If you want to start with reactions, I mean, that's cool, but I would say go with something like, instead of doing reactions, go for more like, because commentary and reactions they're similar, but it's the way you package it, right? The way I like to see it is like a t-shirt. My bad if I'm rambling, but it's like a t-shirt. It's like a Hanes tee and a Louis Vuitton tee. What's the difference? Louis Vuitton markets it a different way to the point where they can charge a certain price for it. Now, commentary videos, it's like they're essentially the same things as reactions, just a little more work. But if you market it in a certain way, it's like it passes off as a commentary video. Because like not every commentary video is a reaction, but not every reaction is a commentary video, if that makes sense. So I'd recommend going the more commentary route, just because it's more of your opinion instead of just like checking out another person's video also. Because then people don't really see your skills when it comes to like being a content creator. They just see what like I mean they hear what you're saying, but you're just saying I agree. You can agree, they probably agree as well, the person watching. But it's like at the end of the day you're watching that person's content, and I feel like it's not a good idea to start off. I don't think it's a good idea to start.
In my opinion, if you want to get into this space, go to TikTok. Go to TikTok and find topics from TikTok, bring them over here.
Whoa, what's that? I just put the.
See, the thing is, hold up. Oh, excuse me. See, look, I'm already ahead of the game because what I mean by that is when I'm creating videos, this is what I do. I will go to my Twitter, go to Say Cheese, go to all these news outlets, and I'm seeing what's dropping, seeing what's going viral, what isn't going viral. I will then screenshot what I'm trying to talk about. I might screenshot between 6 to 7 different things on Twitter, and then I will speak about them on TikTok, and then let them go be in the algorithm for a day, and then take them out of there, seeing what people are watching the most. Then I will post those onto my YouTube channel. So I'm cross-platforming content. I make 6 or 7 different videos in a day. I'm a double tomorrow. Because I'm trying. I talk about things that other people ain't really talking about. Everybody else that I watch talks about the same exact thing. I'm the only one who drops different videos on my channel. All my live streams are just live streams. Just talking. There will be a time when I do a 24-hour stream. But I got to find out what day to do that on. So, what's that?
to YouTube, hits the algorithm. You want whoever sees you to come back, not for the topic, but come back for you, because you gave me a good watch, you gave me a good side of your personality, whatever, a good laugh, a good feel, whatever. You know what I mean? You gave me that, so I want to come back because I'll get that. Where a lot of people mess up, I think, with YouTube, and again, I've been doing this for a while. You know what I mean? This is not my first channel. But what a lot of people do with YouTube is they just want to go viral. They just want to go viral, but they don't give you nothing if they do go viral to make you come back to them when they're not viral. Again, that community. Create community.
Like, listen, y'all gotta understand. Let me go back. Let me go here real quick. I'm gonna say this. I have over 1 million views. I have not went viral once. I've had some videos hit 3,000. Some videos hit 6,000. I've had some short videos go viral and do good numbers, but never have I had long form content. It's like when I create content, I'm not really focusing on the money. I'm focusing on what I love doing. Like each month is different. I'm the only streamer who does what I do. I'm the only one who has different topics for different months. 12 months, 12 different types of topics. I don't speak about the same thing. There are some people whose podcast is about the same episodes. Every episode I drop is something totally different. I'm just saying.
Community, I think, is everything. Give me a strong 20,000 that watch all my videos. That's it. I ain't gotta have the 500,000 people watching all my videos, 1 million views every video. I think at that point you start getting into like a controversy. You can't really be yourself. Like, I think that kind of happened with Casanat. Like, he was so used to being honest on how he felt about songs to the point where now record labels is calling him like, "How dare you say that?" You know. So I just want my community, and that's what I would tell other people to try to build too. You do that through being authentic. I mean, showing like yourself for real. And I'm gonna give y'all a little nugget as well. I do what I would call podcasting, reacting, commentary, along with a little bit of vlogging. Now, I'm not saying vlogging in the sense of I'm showing y'all my everyday life. I let y'all know my everyday life. I mean, I'm giving y'all a little bit of the background, right? of how method to the madness. Because this creates relationship. Y'all actually know me. Like, it ain't like you just heard a topic that I spoke on. No, I tell y'all what I have going on. You know what I mean? Like, I tell y'all when I'm
Like, I can say this. When I went all in doing YouTube, been creating content 5 years, I can say this. I invited people into my home because, wait a minute. So I can say this. I have invited people to my home. There are some YouTube accounts that got my face on them. My face has been used as a meme. A lot of people come in, they be wondering why I don't got an ankle monitor on. They be wondering why they don't hear the smoke detector. They be wondering why this house is so clean. A lot of people assume I live in a Airbnb because the house too clean. Like, what? Like, normal content creators, they order food out. Y'all have seen me make my breakfast. Y'all have seen me make my breakfast, make my lunch, make the dinner. Y'all have seen my wife. Just saying.
I tell y'all when I move, I'm telling y'all, yo, I'm injured right now. I got surgery. Yo. My kids is, like it builds our relationship because you actually know me. I'm not just a guy on the TV. So.
It's another thing. It's another thing that he brought up. That Ty Boogie brought up. So I let y'all know about the first car wreck I was in while I was working. Cause the work I do outside of here is what makes me just create content for free. That just lets y'all know that this is all for free, right? And I got 7 sponsorships. That means I'm sponsored by 7 different companies. 3 of them are clothing brands. I'm just saying.
For anybody that's in this space or trying to get in this space, I would just say, just consider those things. To get in the algorithm, I would use TikTok topics. Use a TikTok topic, bring it over here, introduce it, and then in that video, show your personality. We all have personalities. You just have to be able to tap into it on camera. But I'm going to end this video here because this video is extremely long, which I do so well. And y'all say y'all wanted that. You know what I mean? Again, that's another thing. Consider what your audience says they want. My audience has told me, yo, we like your longer videos. Yo, we like the videos you don't edit. You know what I mean? We like those videos. So, I appreciate my audience for that. I mean, sometimes I want to just ramble. And
so look, the videos I do on TikTok, I bring them over here to YouTube. So the ones that are edited, I bring them over from TikTok to here. And the ones I do live stream are my thumbnails. Like, I used to have a script. I don't do scripts no more.
I'm hoping I'm not bothering nobody. But anyways, man, if you want to go watch the rest of this video, go to Old Meezy's channel. This low effort content is ruining YouTube. I don't believe it. I think low effort content such as people just anyways, y'all, it's been your boy Top Boogie. Until next time, y'all, if you want to make some extra money just playing games on your phone, you gotta do is click the link in the description below, the link in the comment section. These apps literally paying people just to play games on your phone. So if you want to check it out, check it out. See if it's for you. If it's for you, it's for you. If it's not for you, it's not for you. But if you catch yourself making money, make your money. Until next time, y'all. I'm out of here, man. Peace.
A lot of people think poor people are just.
All right, so this one, 28 minutes of why being poor is more expensive than being rich. This is another person who I watched, Fahim Williams. She's very intellectual. She's very good with his content. He edits his videos like crazy. So,
lazy. When you actually have to do more work and pay more for the same things as a punishment for being poor.
Growing up, my mom was always saying that it's expensive to be poor, and the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And I was reminded of that.
and people be mad at me. People be mad at me. Let me get to the camera. Let me get to the camera. People be mad at me because I am where I am. You mad at me? Like, you mad that I was raised in the suburbs? I'm sorry. I wasn't raised poor. I'm sorry. I don't know what that is. Be right back. I ain't done. So look, I'm letting y'all know now that I'm sorry that I wasn't raised poor. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. One second. So I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Today because I was going through my bank statements.
I promise this is not to be offensive, but have y'all noticed that we have normalized poverty?
Here's the dark truth about being poor. Poverty charges interest. Can't afford to get that cavity looked at. Next thing you're paying for a root canal. Can't afford a good lawyer. You may end up in prison, trapped in a system you can't fight. Can't afford to get that lung checked out. Next day you're paying for stage 3 cancer. A lot of people think poor people are just lazy. When you actually have to do more work and pay more for the same things as a punishment for being poor. For example, let's start with just waking up. If you work a cushy, white-collar, 9-to-5 work-from-home job, you can probably wake up at like 8:55, easily get your 8 hours of sleep, and not spend any time commuting anywhere. But if you work at a restaurant, you have to physically go there. And the restaurant is likely to be in the center of the city, where rent is expensive. So you probably have to live in the outskirts, which means you spend even more time commuting, and you have to pay for a car. But you probably can't afford the nicest
needs repairs more often, costing you more money, and has worse gas mileage, meaning you pay more for gas. You could pay for public transport, but it's very underfunded in the United States, since it's seen as something for just poor people, so it's not important. And if you do take the bus, well, it's going to be a lot slower than driving, so you pay for it with even more of your time. Time that could be spent making money or improving your situation. And the bus is more likely to be late, making you late for work. And we haven't even really started our day yet. When you get to work, you're less likely to be treated well by your boss, because your boss knows that you're in a bad spot and it's not easy for you to find another job. So if you get asked to stay late, well, it's harder for you to refuse. And if you ask for more time off, it's more likely to be refused.
And that is why some people be mad at me for what I chose to do with my life. I'm like, you mad at me? Because I work for myself? And I be feeling offended when certain people would look at me and think that I'm an employee. I'm like, nah, I'm not an employee. Like, I can give you a job. It's kind of crazy.
And if you try to, I don't know, plan your life, plan your next week to get ahead in life, well, your plans are more likely to get thrown off with random shift changes that are hard to refuse. Alright, well, it's time for lunch. The healthiest thing is probably to cook the night before and prepare it. But since you have less time for cooking, this is actually harder for you to do so than if you were working a fancy six-figure job. Okay, so if you order food, are you having a healthy sweet green salad? Probably not. It's really expensive, like most healthier food in America. You'll probably eat off the dollar menu, which has tripled in price lately, but still. Well, it's food that's more likely to lead to health complications, especially since we don't have the best food safety regulations in America. Because, well, what a surprise, these corporations lobby against it to save them money. And they even fund scientific studies to say that their food is healthy, even though a lot of food we eat is just banned in other developed countries. So we're basically eating poison that's more likely to cause heart disease and diabetes, which is expensive, especially because we don't have free healthcare. Anyway, you come home and you also have more chores than
So look, people be mad at me. Like, I don't shop at Kroger. I don't shop at Kroger. We have a Sam's Club membership. We go to Publix. We go to the local grocery stores that got the real food in it. I don't have no problem paying for the real food. So that I know when I'm eating a burger, I know I'm eating a burger that's coming from a cow. The cow had a name. Oh, excuse me. But I'm just rambling.
most people, because your apartment might not even come with basic amenities like a dishwasher or in-unit laundry. So you have to spend more time going to the laundromat or washing your dishes by hand. Speaking of home, it's pretty cold these days, so you'd want to crank up the heating. But you pay more for your heating actually than other people, because you have to live in an older building that's less insulated and more likely to be infested with roaches and rats, another stressor to your day. All of this is a realistic day. It's not taking into account all the disastrous things that can spiral out of control and create the worst days of your life. It's not taking into account the violence and crime that you could be subjected to from living in a more dangerous neighborhood. And it's not taking into account the financial spiral of, say, your car breaking down or you getting hit with a medical bill that you can't afford, which empties your bank account, meaning your bank starts charging you a maintenance fee for low balance, and overdraft fees if that happens, where now you have to pay your bills with your credit card. That has a 25% interest rate. just scraping by before, well, you definitely can't afford to pay off debt with 25% interest now. But the debt is only going to compound more and more every month, all while the rich get lower interest rates than you and even pay less tax than you because they've lobbied for loopholes that let them legally evade taxes. I'm not saying that rich people didn't work hard or create genuine innovations, but the hard work they do is widely recognized by society. While these types of struggles are invisible, and this difference in perception can affect policy decisions, excuses cutting taxes on the rich since they worked hard for their wealth, and also excuses cutting welfare for the poor since they're supposedly lazy.
And so essentially, this is just broke people tax because you may be living in poverty, have
Once out. Okay. So I'll be right back. I gotta go make up the bed real quick, so I'll be right back.
They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji.
Alright, so let's get back into what we was watching. Let's get into it, Fahim. Let's get into it. What you got to say to him? What you got to say to him? I just love to make sure that y'all can see what I'm seeing.
Less access to resources that others may have access to, you inadvertently end up having to pay more, whether it be your traveling expenses, your commute times, whether it be you having to deal with higher medical costs because you're eating garbage food. All of these things play a part into how your lifestyle ends up being more expensive than others may think. And I like how he brought up the comparison of working from home versus working in person. If you're able to work from home, you're able to sleep in the bed all the way up until 10 or 15 minutes before it's time to work, and then you can start your day. However, on the contrary, if you have to work in person, you have to deal with commute times. You'll probably be more likely to live in a city, which, like he said, is more expensive all the way around. And so all of these things are things you have to think about when it comes to people being more impoverished. And then he's
Alright, so this is how I differentiate with that. There are people who work 9 to 5s, people who work 9 to 5s, people, because I'm different. I'm an entrepreneur. I took the different road. I took the different route. I chose to work for myself because it always blew my mind when I told my wife this. When I asked her, what was the reason you chose me? And she said it was my ambition. And I'm like, that was what sold you? Cause like, look, I don't gotta go nowhere to do laundry. The washer and dryer, I paid it off. That stove, paid off. That refrigerator, paid off. The PS5, Nintendo Switch Lite. My wife bought me the Nintendo Switch. My wife also bought me the PS5. Everything in this house. So like everything in this house is like paid for. You know what I'm saying? So like with me being an entrepreneur, I don't gotta answer to people. My badge is over there. I can show you proof once again that I'm an independent contractor. That means I gotta take care of my taxes, took care of my taxes, paid my taxes. Like once you I understand the tax write-offs, this, that, and the other. Like, I'm just saying. People just don't be wanting to. But whatever. What can I say?
Spoke on many of the apartments having roaches and rodents that you have to deal with. One of the things that I've talked about on this channel, or at least I'm going to talk about right now, is the fact that if you live in a more affordable apartment, a cheaper apartment, an apartment that is more inexpensive, you're more likely to have to deal with rodents, rats.
Also, let me throw this in. Because my wife and I have experienced the world. We are millennials. I'm just an adult I'm just a big kid with adult money. That's all I am. I'm a big kid with adult money. Like all these people who are paying, who think $1,500 is a lot for rent. I've been paying $1,500 a month since 2017. I remember paying when I was living with my wife. Before she was my wife, we was paying like $400 to $500 a month. Not everybody has lived in that era of life. I remember paying $400 to $500 a month for a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. Now those same 1-bedroom, 1-baths are going to the moon. But continue.
Spiders and roaches, and ain't nobody got time for that. And this is a conversation that I've recently had. Just because you're clean doesn't mean other people in your building are. You could be as clean could be. Cleanliness is next to godliness. You can go around all day saying that, but in reality, the person next
afford the ticket because you're living check to check, bang. Now you get hit with the late fee, bang, bang. Oh, now you really can't afford that ticket because you're still living check to check, bang, bang, bang. Then it goes over into default and they take away your license, bang. That's the license that you need to get to work, bang. So now you gotta pay the ticket, pay the late fee, and pay to get your license reactivated. You can't afford any of it, bang. So then you still have to go to work. Now you're on an illegal license, and you get pulled over again, bang.
3D printing is growing in popularity, and printers like the Bamboo Lab P2S AMS combo make jumping in way easier than you'd expect. This is Aiden. He's 12 years old, and he's been 3D printing for the last 3 years. Hey, Aiden. Hey, Morgan. How's it going?
What you gonna do? You're gonna start a business. So you don't have to get caught in a brokey trap.
And this is so funny, but it is so real. The truth is, you shouldn't have been driving no sporty car to begin with. You hear what I'm saying? But let's just say you're even in a regular car. Let's say you in your nice little Toyota Camry, a little 2005 Camry, a little 2006 Honda Civic, and then you still have to go through these kinds of situations. You get a ticket, you can't pay, and then it gets overdrafted, and you got to deal with your license getting defaulted. All of these tickets pile on up, and you can do damn near nothing about it. And I don't know about y'all, but I don't like to deal with tickets. I really don't. Although I'm not broke. I might just be. I'm just playing. I really don't like having to deal with them. Why? Because I've dealt with tickets in the past.
So look. So before Fahim talks about his spiel, like, I can say this. I used to get tickets when I was younger. I'm 31. When I was driving fast, when I was a kid, when I was in my 20s, when I was driving fast, not paying attention to speed limits and whatnot, I was getting wrecks. I was paying, but I wasn't brokey though. I was driving fast, paying my tickets off. And the only things I had on my license was speeding tickets. That was the only reason I was in court. That was the only reason why I was in court. Because I remember I got pulled over. The police thought they had one. The police thought they met Pablo Escobar. They thought they met him. Because in 2020, I was before okay, so you see where it says Never Late Medical over there? I got my new logo coming. That's my old one. That one, that's gonna say on the refrigerator. But the police thought that they hit it big. I was driving a 2009 Chevrolet. A 2009 Chevrolet Cobalt. I was doing medical courier in 2020. So before medical courier was a thing to people, I was already doing it. I have proof to show that I was doing medical courier in 2020. So just so that just so I can show y'all that I'm not lying. I don't. One second. One second. Cause I gotta show y'all proof. So some of y'all gonna be like, nah, he ain't telling the truth. He ain't telling the truth. All right. All right, look. What I'm about to show you is proof that I was doing medical courier before it was trending. Before it was trending. Before people knew that you can make money out of this, I already knew you could. I already knew you could. What does it say? Health X Corporation. I got nothing but proof. Nothing but proof. But be right back.
They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji.
Alright, so I showed y'all that proof. I know I started Neverlay Medical in 2025, but before being a medical courier was trending, I was already doing it. Before people talked about DoorDash, I was already making money. I was already making bread. I've been an entrepreneur for so long. Like, I just create content for the free. That means the money I would make from medical courier goes into here. All the food I would eat, all the food reviews I would do. I just love creating content. When I go live, I just go live. And whatever my mind want want to talk about. That's what my mom want to talk about. There are things that I am creating, that I'm inventing. I'm not going to speak on it until I purchase the patents for them. Just know, I'm dropping bombs. You feel me? I'm dropping bombs. And rest in peace to the people we have lost with what the president has been doing. Just gonna say that. Oh,
I've dealt with having to deal with police pulling you over, you getting the tickets, you gotta go to court if you're going too fast, or you just gotta pay it, and you think to yourself, dang, that's the money I was gonna use to go out. Dang, that was the money I was gonna use to invest. Dang, that was the money I was gonna use to get my lady nails done or something. You don't wanna have to go through that. You don't wanna have to go through that. And so I can only imagine if you're going through serious financial strain and strife, this kind of situation can absolutely happen and can be exacerbated just like he described.
Growing up, my mom was always saying that it's expensive to be poor, and the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And I was reminded of that today because I was going through my bank statements, and I had a charge in December for $12, and it was marked as monthly maintenance fee. But I'd never had that before, and I haven't had it in the month since. So I chatted with like the little robot, whatever person on Bank of America, and I asked them like, what's up with this $12 fee? And the lady looks into it and she's like, oh yeah, like there's this monthly maintenance fee, but we waive it if you either have a deposit over this amount each month, your account balance is over this amount, or your preferred like member. And I'm thinking and I'm realizing like that was the month when I was between serving full time and looking for my new job, so like I didn't have a paycheck or anything deposited. My account had gone below a certain level. But then I'm like, oh wait, like I'm a preferred rewards member, whatever it is. She's like, oh yeah, like we actually looked at your account when it got below this certain level and you're no longer preferred. So I'm like, okay, damn, like you're really kicking me when I'm down. Like I have the least amount of money I've ever had and I don't have a deposit, and then you charge me more on top of it. But ultimately, like whatever, it's $12 and I'm lucky that it doesn't really matter to me right now. But then I was thinking of when I was younger, and like my mom and I were really struggling, and one of our biggest sources of income was like my Dunkin' Donuts paycheck, which was maybe like $140 a week, and how we were constantly getting late fees, and they were always $35. It was like overdraft protection. So basically, what would happen is like I have $55 in my bank account. Keep in mind, we're not even using credit cards; it's straight debit, so we're not even like overspending on credit. Like we're just, this is all the money we have. We're using it for basic necessities. And it'd be like, all right, I have $55 in my bank account. The phone bill, whatever the fuck hits, $70. Okay, -15. Okay, immediate -35 for the overdraft protection fee. So now it's like I'm -$50.
dang.
My next paycheck comes in, it takes $50 out of that. So then like the next bill, we're short $20. And it's just like an ever evolving cycle of every month, normally like 2 times a month, we're paying $70 in overdraft fees. And it's funny because that overdraft fee was over 20% of my weekly income. But to someone who made $1,000 a week or $2,000 a week or $100,000 a week, they would, one, never notice that fee if they ever got it. But two, they would never get that fee because their account would never go below zero. They would.
Because that's what, hold up. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like, when I get paid, I don't never see a fee come out until, because like right now, I'm not working. You know what I'm saying? Because like, I can't get fired because I have contracts. It's different for me. Like, my contracts tell me, come back when you're ready. You understand? You understand where I'm coming from? Because, like, when they say come back when you're ready, there's people who work 9 to 5s. They let them go on the spot. Being an independent contractor, you can't take away my contracts. I pay for these contracts. I pay for these contracts. Like, there's a lot of money. Like, when you're doing what I do outside of here, when I'm delivering hospital equipment and stuff, like, this stuff costs more than the vehicle I'm driving. Some people don't be understanding that whatsoever. Like, if you was to break any of that equipment or any of that medical equipment while you're delivering it, it comes out of your commission. It comes out of your pocket. So Neverlay Medical is a real deal company. I'm going to get another business bank account because I already have one for my media company. So, and then I'm waiting on stuff behind the scenes so that I can get back to doing what I do best, making money, working for myself. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just saying.
Would never not have the deposit. They just would never run into that problem. And that's why it's so expensive being poor, and the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. This can be applied to so many other things. So, for example, I just had to renew my car insurance, and it was for 6 months. If I paid for the 6 months in advance, I think it was like $550, I want to say. But if I didn't, it would be a total of like $750 over the 6 months. So I'm able to save $200 if I can pay it all at once. But otherwise, if I can't, I have to pay $200 more. And if you're poor, guess what option you're going with because you have no other option. And the kicker is that $200 savings would really mean a lot to you, but you don't have that option. And it's the same thing with car payments and student loans and even things like the quality of your shoes or your jackets. Like, you're buying a cheaper pair of shoes, that's all you can afford. You have to buy a new pair the next year. Parking tickets, even. Like, you park on the street because you can't afford a parking spot. You get ticketed. Someone who can afford a parking spot, if they got that parking ticket, it wouldn't matter that much. But to you, it does. So you fight it in court. You have to take time off work. It compounds and it compounds. And it truly is crazy. It's the same thing we see nowadays with Trump and the Republicans, and how like the bottom 20, 40, 60% pays the most in taxes and the billionaires pay the least, even though the taxes that the poorest people pay hit them the hardest. It's such a big percentage of their income and actually matters because every $20 actually matters to poor people. And the rich people, they barely pay their share, and even if they paid what they were supposed to, they wouldn't even fucking notice. Drives me insane.
And so she just provided another prime example. Working at Dunkin' Donuts when she was younger, barely making enough money to get by. And because her account overdrafted, now she's having to pay late fees. And these late fees are so taxing, they are so great, they are so heavy, that they take up a large portion of her paycheck, which inhibits her ability to live the rest of the month. And as she described, your ability to purchase shoes, to purchase
But just for him to think, like, if you are expecting $15 an hour workers to fund a trip a couple of hours away to get there to eat out for however many days it is, and then get reimbursed on the back end, for like an executive or a salaried employee, that's not a big deal, right? But for someone who makes $15 an hour in this day and age, in this economy, and is just trying to make ends meet, that's a big ask. What do you think I should do? Do you think I should message him and say something, or just mind my own business? Keep me posted.
And Sora 2 video generation is not available in our region.
It is if you're on our list.
Huh?
What? Sora 2 is now on our list.
Frankly, $15 an hour is not enough to live on in this economy, and you're going to have to pick up a second job and may even have to pick up some gig work. And it is excruciatingly inconsiderate for somebody to assume that on that kind of salary they could afford to go and travel and spend money to buy food and drinks and come back to be reimbursed in the future. Increase that pay, man. Increase that pay. And then to hear somebody who's trying to do a good job, who's trying to go to work, who's trying to entertain the prospect of going to this out-of-town event, dealing with the gas station that she's working for, and having to go into debt to do so, it's just crazy. And don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming the lady who's working the job. She's doing what she can. She's just getting by. It's just the idea that people are so down bad in this society that they even have to toil with getting a loan just to go to work. That is what's ridiculous to me. And for those who are unfamiliar, according to consumerfinance.gov, a payday loan is usually a short-term, high-cost loan, generally for $500 or less, that is typically due on your next payday. Depending on your state law, payday loans could be available through storefront payday lenders or online. And as the lady said, these loans can be horrendously predatory. It goes on to say, many state laws set a maximum amount for payday loan fees, ranging from $10 to $30 for every $100 borrowed. A typical 2-week payday loan with a $15 per $100 fee equates to an annual percentage rate of almost 400%. By comparison, APRs on credit cards can range from about 12% to about 30%. And so if that ain't predatory, I don't know what else to call it. 400%? 400? Man, they gonna have you in debt for life. But it just goes to show that being poor only leads to greater amounts of poverty, and being rich only leads to greater amounts of riches. So the system is certainly set up for the underserved to fail, and it is definitely set up for the privileged to succeed. Heyo.
I promise this is not to be offensive, but have y'all noticed that we have normalized poverty? There was a guy on TikTok talking about how he doesn't like the fact that he's 50 years old and he has to have a roommate because things are so expensive. And the tone-deaf comments of people saying things such as, oh, well, you have to live below your means, or, oh, you need to just go ahead and get an RV. Not realizing that the RVs and the tiny homes, the trailers, which were the solutions to the problems, are now also unaffordable. Just a few years ago, tiny homes started to become popular, and they were priced at about $30,000, $40,000. Currently, tiny homes start at double that amount right now. All I'm trying to say is there's a bigger problem at hand, and telling people that they need to just completely deprive themselves of basic necessities such as a home. Y'all don't think that's weird? I don't know.
And I completely get what the sister is saying. Now hold up.
Aren't you being a hypocrite, Fahim? Didn't you say in your previous videos that you should live below your means?
Okay now. Get your panties out of bunch. When I say live below your means, that is not an admission to thinking that the system is working properly. What I am saying is live below your means within reason. There is no reason why people should be depriving themselves of their basic necessities just to make it by financially. Why are tiny homes now sitting in the hundreds of thousands? I mean, let's keep it a buck. Why are RVs so expensive nowadays? And frankly, isn't he already living below his means, or at least doing the best that he can, considering he's 50 years old with roommates? So these are the kinds of questions we need to be answering. I'm all for personal accountability, but I'm also for systemic accountability.
afford anything from a dealership or to get an auto loan. After scrimping and saving and looking at cars for months and months, cars that had all sorts of crap wrong with them, I found one that seemed like okay and seemed like trustworthy people to buy from. I went over to them, checked out the car, gave them my hard-earned money, and then on the way home, I had a blowout. And then after I had a tow truck, a very expensive tow truck because I can't afford to have AAA, tow me to a repair shop, I get told that 3 out of the 4 tires need to be replaced. And also the wheel well that's holding one of the tires on is messed up and that needs to be fixed. So now this cheap car has cost me an extra $400. And then driving it home from the repair shop, the blinkers go out. Plus a myriad of other problems with this car that I don't know about yet. Money that I don't really have that I've been saving for months in order to have a car that I thought would be reliable and take me around town. Because I never will be able to afford a new car. And that's just one of many examples on how poor people having to buy lower quality stuff means that they spend more money over time maintaining that shitty stuff or buying more of that shitty stuff than someone who could just buy the nicer thing.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction.
And so this is a real life example of what this video has been about thus far. People having to pay more because they're poor or less fortunate for shitty things that they otherwise wouldn't have to pay for. I mean, imagine if she just had the money to afford a newer car, or at least a car that wasn't as used as this one. She wouldn't have to deal with all of these repairs. She wouldn't have to deal with all of these damages, and she wouldn't have to deal with calling AAA. But because she can't afford those things, and I'm assuming she was in a rush to get the car, considering you probably can't do too much in America if you don't have one, she's now forced to go and get a car that is less reliable and has to deal with all of those things that I just mentioned. And I don't want to go into a long spiel about going to college or going to university or getting a skill that is high paying, because frankly, I don't know if she fits this description. But for all of those people that combat me and say that, oh, you shouldn't go to college to get a high paying skill, just follow your passion. Or, oh, you shouldn't go to trade school to get a high paying skill, just follow your passion, even if it doesn't make enough money. These are the kinds of situations that you can find yourself in because you're barely making enough to scrape by. And so it's very important for you to take your skill set and your finances very seriously, because the powers that be that control the society are absolutely taking it very serious to finesse you and to make it too expensive for you even to afford to live.
Here's the dark truth about being poor. Poverty charges interest. Can't afford to get that cavity looked at. Next day you're paying for a root canal. Can't afford a good lawyer. You may end up in prison, trapped in a system you can't fight. Can't afford to get that lung checked out. Next day you're paying for stage 3 cancer. Can't afford to pay your bills on time. You end up with bad credit, paying triple the interest every time you borrow. You see, growing up in ends, hood, the ghetto, or whatever you want to call it, you see this commonly where less fortunate people pay more for things because they are less fortunate. And even if they somehow manage to make it out, make a bit of money, they hold on to those traumas and pass it along generations. The truth is, wealth buys you time, options, and safety. And then poverty steals all three, and then charges you interest for the rest of your life.
And I think this brother summed up my video properly. If you are unfortunate enough to be raised in poverty, unfortunate enough to be raised with less than, unfortunate enough to be raised amongst the have-nots, then you are also unfortunate enough to be dealing with the expenses that come along with that. I think one of the original intents of capitalism, amongst many other things, was to inspire competition between businesses and corporations, but now it just seems like people at the top are trying to squeeze out what little is left from people at the bottom. And so you have fees on fees, charges on charges, interest on interest, applied to people who couldn't pay it back if their mama's life depended on it. So while I do have aspirations for riches, just like you all should, or at the very least to be comfortable, I think it would do the society a great disservice to act like these problems didn't exist. But what do you guys think about the video? I just wanted to have a discussion about how being poor is more expensive than people may think, and to foster more empathy for others who may be less fortunate than we may
second. I gotta contact these people. 1 second.
They wouldn't believe me. I told him it came from.
Alright, so let me see.
If nothing else, bring awareness to the problems that we have at hand. But thank you for tuning in. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe if you would like to see more. And I will see you in the next one. Deuces.
This pisses me off. They strip table salt down to 2 minerals, call it healthy, and then wonder why people are inflamed. The Red Book shows the truth, but only if you actually read it. Let me explain.
I don't know if I'm just fucking broken, but like 7 to 4s or like 9 to 5s fucking kill.
Hold up. So 1 second. Wait a second. Let me dial back. Let me dial back for a moment. This video right here shows Americans are crashing now because of their 9 to 5s. So look, listen. I used to work a 9 to 5. I swear to you, I used to work one. When I was working 9 to 5s, I was told something different. They would tell me I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be working 9 to 5s. Then I would be like, what do you mean I shouldn't be working 9 to 5s? Like some jobs let me go. I'm like, what? What? That's crazy. That's crazy. But let's get into it. Let's get into it, shall we?
Kill me inside, and no matter how much I try, I can't function in the morning.
Y'all were right about the 9 to 5. Y'all were all right. This sucks.
I'm only 2 years into working my 9 to 5 job, and this is awful.
Listen, y'all, people are still crashing out about their 9 to 5 jobs, okay? And it's not because they are weak-minded. It's not because they don't want to work, right? But it's because that the modern 9 to 5 today has quietly turned into psychological warfare, okay? Let's think about this for a second. You will wake up already tired, okay, because you didn't get enough rest from the day before. You will commute in traffic, okay? So now you're paying to go to work. Then you will go to your job, and you will stare at a screen for 8 to 10 hours if you're lucky. Unless you work blue collar, then you're just breaking your back for longer hours. Then you will go home absolutely drained, and you will repeat the same exact thing. Okay? I'm talking about 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year.
Hey, look. I got tired of living the same episode. I got tired of living the same episode. This episode, like, I'm able to do whatever I want to do each and every day. Each and every day. And that's a blessing to do this. To do what I'm doing. I'm able to just stream. And the money I make outside is a blessing.
For decades, for that matter, and we are over here acting shocked when people are snapping and crashing out. And the wild part about all this is that productivity hasn't really increased because people are happy. It's increased because people are scared. They are scared of layoffs. They're scared of inflation. They're scared of being replaced by automation, and they're scared of losing health insurance. So people just tolerate environments that are slowly burning them out. And burnout doesn't really look dramatic at first, okay? It looks more like brain fog, caffeine dependence, Sunday anxiety, not recognizing yourself in the mirror, and this stuff adds up over time too. But one day, somebody will quit with no backup plan, or have some kind of meltdown in the meeting, or just mentally checks out completely. And the system will tell you to be grateful. At least you have a job, right? But gratitude does not cancel exhaustion. Stability doesn't cancel
soul erosion, and people feel this, like they feel it happening to themselves and all around them. That's why side hustles have exploded. That's why remote work became non-negotiable for millions of Americans. That is why people would rather DoorDash with flexibility than sit in a cubicle with supervision. It's no longer about money anymore. It's about autonomy. Now, to be fair, not every 9 to 5 job is toxic, okay? I understand. Not every boss is a villain, okay? And structure can be good. I truly believe this. But when structure becomes suffocation, people will revolt internally. And we are watching it happen in real time. We are watching people, do things like quiet quitting, job hopping, mass resignations, and bare minimum Mondays. You feel me? We have people out here working a job, applying for other jobs. That's the place. That is the culture that we live in, and that's not entitlement either. That is exhaustion designed as rebellion. Now, here's the real question: what happens when an entire generation realizes that they have been optimizing their lives around survival instead of fulfillment? Because that's where we are. And until workplaces evolve more flexibility, more outcome-based evaluations, and more human-centered leadership, the crashing out will not stop. It will just get louder. Because at the end of the day, people don't want less work. They want work that doesn't cost them their sanity. And if the system does not adapt, people will. One resignation at a time.
Anybody else in their early 20s just having the utmost fucking difficulty figuring out what you want to do with your life? I'm not saying I thought that I would have it all figured out by now, but I'm pissed off because I know exactly what the fuck I don't want. I don't want what I have right now. A 9 to 5 job where I wake up at the ass crack of dawn, get myself ready, and head to my little fucking rat laboratory where I sit at a desk for 8 hours a day. And basically, I'm like a hamster on a fucking wheel. I don't want that. I don't want it. And I'm just so tired of it being like, oh, stability, your 9 to 5 job, stable, secure. Bitch, I don't want security! You know what the fucking security and stability is from a 9 to 5 job? Living in the fucking suburbs and driving a Honda. Not that either of those things are bad, but I don't want it! I don't want to be normal. I don't want to be fucking normal. I want to do something for myself that I feel at the end of the day I'm successful, even if I fail. I want to look back on my life and be like, I didn't spend my whole life locked up in a fucking office. Help.
I don't care what nobody say, but 9 to 5s are only meant for teenagers and people that's living on campus going to college. 9 to 5s are not meant for grown adults that has grown adult bills like mortgages, rent, light bill, electricity bill. Like, how are y'all surviving off 15 an hour, 16 an hour, 17 an hour, 18 an hour, 19 an hour, 20 an hour? Huh? $15 or $20 for my time and energy? That is so disrespectful. Don't disrespect me. Don't play with it. That is so disrespectful. And these corporate companies will be nothing without us employees. Nothing, literally. They don't do nothing but live a luxurious life, living a fast life that's nice and beautiful while we working hard. We should be the ones that's rich and luxurious, not these corporate companies. They rich, they're millionaires, multi-billionaires, whatever the crap. And they only want to get $15 to $20 an hour? What? So disrespectful. But I tell you what, if we were all to boycott and quit our jobs, I bet you they'd start considering generating the wealth then. And notice how I said consider, okay? Because them greedy misers would never want to up the pay. Why? Because they greedy and want to keep everything to themselves. But you know what we got to do? A lot of us have so much talent, but we be sleeping on ourselves because we live in a society that makes us feel like we have to work and go to school in order to be successful and make money. But whole time, staying at a 9 to 5 will keep you broke, literally. $900 a week? For 40 hours? That's 40 hours of your time and energy. Huh? That is so disrespectful when there's literally people out there getting paid to do nothing. Like, they're getting paid just to be themselves. We gotta stop sleeping on ourselves. We need to quit these 9 to 5s, take that leap of
like people be mad at me because I'm myself. Like, why you mad at me choosing the way I want to make money? And another thing is, I just got I just got Pokemon Fire Red on here. I'ma connect my Switch to my laptop. We're gonna be gaming. This is gonna be something that's gonna be going on. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. The reason why I'm not doing it right now, because I'm shiny hunting a Squirtle. And I am a veteran playing Pokemon. I've been playing Pokemon since the very beginning. Since the very beginning. I've seen every generation. Generation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We on 10 right now. I'm looking at the new Pokemon. They look trash. They look trash. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. What was I doing? See, that's how I know that my content is one in a million, because nobody does what I do. see, this how I know I'm in my own lane, because I'm the only one that does videos like this.
For faith, and yeah, get somebody else to do it. Because I am not gonna be a slave for the rest of my life. No. Notice why it's such a big shift in the energy right now. Everybody is quitting their job. Everybody hates their jobs. Why? Because your soul doesn't desire to work for somebody else, to be a slave for somebody else while they live a good life and you still struggling. What? If you get up out your bed and work, you should not still be struggling. That's mad disrespectful. Believe in yourself and make a change.
I'm only 2 years into working my 9 to 5 job, and this is awful. So you're telling me I'm having the Sunday scaries every week to dread 5 days of my life, to then be rewarded with a little thrill on Friday, but then be so tired from working that I pass out at like 10 p.m. Live for Saturdays, love them, but really that is only one full day of fun, because Sunday, have a great Sunday morning, and then Sunday afternoon rolls around and I have the Sunday scaries and I'm dreading my life for the next 5 days. I went to college for 4 years to be stuck in this cycle. What? No, 2 years is enough. So I'm on TikTok and I'll be promoting products and posting my way out of this god-awful cycle. I cannot settle for a life of dread, especially if they want us to retire at 70 now. No. I'm going to be using the internet because I see people making a fuck ton of money on here, and
that is why the streaming is saturated. That's why the streaming is saturated. So what I do to actually make money isn't saturated. When people see how much money you can make, but then they don't realize that once you become an independent contractor, you gotta pay for things yourself. I pay for my logo to go on the new vehicle that I'm gonna have. I'm just trying to tell y'all.
you can be making a fuck ton of money by creating digital products, selling those, and then promoting products that you didn't even make. So yeah, that's my plan. That's what I'm going to be doing to get me out of this god-awful cycle, because I cannot take another second of it. Happy Sunday, though.
Honestly, I just don't like working at all. Fuck a job. I'm tired. I don't want to work. I don't want to work for you fucking whores anymore. Like, I just want to be rich, laying on a fucking beach, naked.
I don't give a
even understand why. Like, we're literally priced out of.
We care about anything. But why care about anything anymore? We are priced out of all milestones of existence. Our 20s and 30s are being taken away from us, from traveling to dating to eating out to having your own place and having children.
Every single life milestone, from marriage and children to owning a home and moving out. Like, there's no reason to care anymore. Somebody give me a reason to give a fuck, because I cannot fucking find one. We're literally priced out of development. We can't even afford to live. Like, why should I care about anything anymore? Except maybe 20, 30 years from now investing. Is there still a glimmer of hope for that? But we're not even living. We're not even living to live. We're just working to live, guys.
I know I can't be the only one. I'm freaking tired. I am so tired. You ever just have a work day where you just get in your car and you're like, what the fuck was that? What the fuck? Like, I just want to get in my car and scream. Like, ah! That shit was so fucking, what the fuck? And you're telling me I have to work until I'm fucking 65? No, probably older, because we're never gonna retire, and this is my life? You gotta be shitting me. Like, this is a joke. This is a joke.
I don't know if I'm just fucking broken, but like 7 to 4s or like 9 to 5s fucking kill me inside. And no matter how much I try, I can't function in the morning. I can't get up in the morning. And like morning traffic, afternoon traffic, peak hour traffic literally fucking kills me. I'm so fucking tired in the morning because I can't get enough sleep because I have to get up early. And then I'm just dead at work. And then when I get home, I'm falling asleep in traffic because I'm so fucking tired. Like, I'm literally falling asleep behind a wheel. So, like, whoever the fuck invented this type of system can fucking die in hell, because this is not a sustainable system. And, like, if I'm at work Monday to Friday during these time periods, how the fuck am I supposed to go to other places and, like, appointments and shit when they're also functioning at the same time that I'm at work? Like, make it make fucking sense. And then weekends aren't weekends because you're doing things. I'm catching up.
Y'all were right about the 9 to 5. Y'all were all right. This sucks. This is awful. I'm so sleepy. I'm so sleepy. I go all day. Go, go, go. Go home. Literally blink, it's dark. And then I have to freaking get ready for the next day. So that takes time. I have to pack my lunch every single day. And then do it again. For 5 days. Don't come at me with the Gen Z doesn't want to work. Me. Yeah, I don't, first of all. Second of all, I have worked. Okay? I've worked since I was 16. But I'm getting my master's degree. Okay? So yeah, I haven't had a 9 to 5. Every day till I'm like freaking 60? What are y'all doing? How are y'all functioning?
I'm about done lying to y'all. I fucking hate working. I fucking hate my 9 to fucking 5. I don't like this shit not one fucking bit. I'm tired of it. It's physically making me fucking sick. I'm tired of being underappreciated for all the things I do. I am too much of a hard worker for you not to give a fuck about the shit I do to make your fucking business better. Fuck you. Fuck everybody. Higher up, higher down. All of y'all. Clock me out. I'm done pretending like this shit is, I'm an adult and I love the money. Fuck your money, okay? At this point, I'm ready to go live under a goddamn bridge. Can't enjoy the money anyway because I gotta pay the fucking bills. Fuck this job. Fuck all the jobs. Fuck any fucking job. I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't want to do it anymore. Unless you have your own business, you work for yourself. You don't like this shit. So stop lying to everybody saying that you do. I don't give a fuck. You don't. It'd be a cold day in here that you hear me say I like this shit ever again. I don't want it. I don't want to do it anymore. Unless you have your own business, you work for yourself. You don't like this shit. So stop lying to everybody saying that you do. I don't give a fuck. You don't.
Wait, so people are mad at the people who work for themselves? So you're mad at me because I chose to work for myself. I get to wake up and not have to worry about someone taking my job from me, because why? I'm the one who run that. I'm the one who runs the business. Because when I get things in the mail, I don't work under my name no more. I work under my business name. I'm the owner of Never Lake Medical. I love what I do. I love what I do. So,
it'd be a cold day in here that you hear me say I like this shit ever again in my life. Fuck this. Certified crash out moment. And I'm not apologizing for it. Fuck you too if you feel some type of way. Because I don't like liars. And apparently the world's been lying to everybody and themselves. We don't like this shit. Who the fuck told us we have to like this shit? We don't have to fucking like this shit.
Reason 27, a personal assistant for your dog. There are a million reasons to play Kentucky Lottery's new game, Millionaire for Life. For starters, you could...
Alright, so this one right here, people are getting hired then fired the same day. This is by YT Wake 'em Up. He's another creator I watch. So the main creators I be watching is Ty Boogie, YT Wake 'em Up, Fahim Williams, and there's others. There's like a plethora of people I watch that I react to, and then I speak my piece on. So, without further ado, let's get into the video. Link it up. Make sure we're looking at it.
People are being hired and fired on the first day after getting the job.
So boom, I just got fired on my first day. I didn't even get to sign my. So boom, I just got fired. So boom, I just got fired on my first day. I didn't even get to sign my name on the paper, y'all.
That's insane work. That's insane work. So you telling me there are people out here getting these jobs and then letting them go the same day? And you telling me that somebody applied to work? They applied, went through the interview session, and then when they get there, y'all let them go the same day? And then when they go apply to another job and they ask, what did you do with the last job? And then they bring up, oh, they let me go the same day. I didn't really work. Like, that's insane work. But let's get to the video. Let's get to it.
I'm saying, y'all gotta realize, if ain't nobody else gonna care about you, you gotta care about yourself. These company stuff, they don't care nothing about you, man. If you can't get in there and come make them some money, finito. You are funny, my friend. If you're not working, we don't need you. You're not working too much, we don't need you. You need one day off, my friend. We don't need you. So you try to find somebody else, maybe they're ready to work. I'm telling you about the situation I'm going through with my daughter. Legal now, legally, on paper.
They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear about what you're going through. That's not important to them. How much money can you make us? How hard can you work until you can't work no more, until your body is all broke down? And you got to get put on disability. Real talk. There are people...
Listen. I'm glad I went into working for myself. That I'm doing something where it matters. You feel me? And I'm glad I don't gotta answer to people. I ain't gotta do all that. I'm just saying.
That take their job so serious that they never get to see their kids grow up because they pass away at the job. That's what they want. They want somebody that's going to dedicate their whole life to the job. That's
one, I'm 31. I completed all the requirements to retire early. I told myself, hey, we retiring at 30. I'm 31. Working for myself. It's a blessing. And then I couldn't see myself working for a company 60 plus years. I couldn't give my life to a company because I have seen people die at their company. I couldn't see myself. I've seen someone pass away while they're at work. Time and time again. I'm like, nah, that's not going to be in my movie. It's not going to be in my movie. Because when my wife and I have kids, I want to be there every step of the way. So when they told me I was overqualified, I said, you know what? Since you say I'm overqualified, I'm going to go all in for these degrees. So I went to school for fun. Graduated high school in 2012. Got my first degree 2014. Got my second degree 2 years after that. Got my last degree 2017. My last degree was in 2017. I never been to my high school reunion. I didn't care. It's very confusing to me that some jobs want you to give your whole life to them. And looking at Social Security, there is money just sitting there waiting for me to have it. But I gotta be 62 to even touch it. And the only medicine I take is vitamin D. That's the only medicine I take. I'm not on nothing else. I got nothing. I got no diabetes. I got nothing wrong with my heart. I am A-okay. I go to the doctor annually. But hey, what can I say? What can I say?
It's one thing about me. I applied for probably 3 jobs in my life. I always have my own little hustles. Y'all know that by now, right? I always have my own ways to make money. Y'all see what I do right here, right now, right? But when I would go, they could see it in me that I'm not gonna be here long, so they wouldn't hire me. I'm like, yeah, I got bigger plans. I'm not telling them that, but they could see it in me because I'm not taking.
And that's another thing. I agree with YT. I agree with him. Because with the interviews I would have, where in the interview, they would ask, where do you see yourself in 5 years, 10 years? Then I tell them straight up, I don't see myself here. I don't see myself working here my whole life. I don't see myself doing that. And what makes it even better, there were coworkers I was working with in my last job who would tell me, you shouldn't be here. If you're making this much money outside of here, you shouldn't be here. So the more emotion I was having outside of work was affecting me using the 9-to-5 to support my entrepreneurship. So instead, I got a medical courier type of situation. And to make me a legit medical courier, I got my HIPAA certification and I have my bloodborne pathogen certification. So when I tell people I'm a medical courier, I can tell them that I'm one for real. Like I paid to take these tests to get these certificates. So be right back. Let me get this up. Let me get. Oh, my bad. Why'd they do that? Come back.
Get the job so seriously. It's just a stepping stone. They know who's gonna be there forever, who sees no way out, and they know those that have the potential to take their job or own their company one day. They see it, and those are the ones they let go quick.
They didn't want to hear that. I say I might need this day out, one of these days. One of the two. When the people call me. I might need one of the two of the days to handle what I have to handle with my kid. My child. My child. None else. I ain't say shake my booty and go party, eat hardy. Nah. I ain't say none of that. But you thought they care? Listen here, man. You don't care about me. I don't care for you. You don't speak to me. Guess what? I don't speak to you. But maybe we can come to a little agreement or something. But after that, I cut you through. Man, them folks just fired me, man. I guess I'm gonna do this all day. Let me make a song. I got fired on my day off, and I ain't got no job. My bills, they due, and they about to take my car. So I'ma be walking. If you see me, just say, hey, damn, I went to that job. I feel played.
I ain't gonna lie, he mad entertaining. See him, he went over too. He has a bigger purpose than just working for somebody his whole life. He got potential to be, I see it, he could be a comedian. He could be like a DC Young Fly type of dude. You know what I mean? He funny. He funnier than DC kind of. And he's just telling his story. He has a bigger purpose, and that's why they don't like him. And they don't like people that know their worth. Real talk, real deal, real spill.
Yo, how would I just get fired?
Because look, people be mad that I have a purpose in life. And a lot of people who are working these 9 to 5s, they will tell me, so if you left this job, what will happen to you? And then I will tell them, God will make a way. Just like he has. Because a lot of people, when they see my face on here, they think I'm getting paid the big bucks. Not knowing what I do outside of here takes care of what I do on here. That's why I'm able to just stream forever, however long I want to. Because some people would have turned this camera off. I don't pay attention to how much time I spend on here. I've done 8 hours before. I've done 9 hours before. Some people can't really do conversation well. But hey, what can I say? Let's get back into the video. We like it. Make sure that we looking at it. Now let's get into it.
On my first day, I cease to amaze myself every job. But one thing I will never forget is my motherfucking worth, okay? So today was my motherfucking first day at Wingstop, bitch. Wingstop. And first off, I don't even eat chicken. So to eat the food was never a thing with me. Never a thing. First red flag, I got told I was getting paid $16 an hour. She told me 14 when I got there today. But she was not the one who hired me. Someone else hired me. So I was like, okay. She was like, yeah, because you have to show me that you're worth $15 an hour. I don't want to start you off at the maximum that you can reach, and you're not worth it. Who is you, bitch? Then on top of that, I'm supposed to be following somebody around all that training. Well, there is the manager, but the manager that's on the ship is not training me. They have this 18-year-old little ass girl training me. She's stressed the fuck out. Then while they big back ass up in there eating Wendy's behind the she said you have to clock out for none of them hoes clocked out for her. She said you have to wear a hat. None of them hoes wear a hat. Then she gonna tell me you can't be at this counter looking cute all day. I'm a cashier, bitch.
So look, I went to go get a job, and on my first day I almost got fired because she smelled alcohol on my breath.
All right, now, you doing that on the first day, let alone why are you drinking and going to work, but you doing it on your first day. You set the standard very low for yourself, my brother. Of course, they're letting you go. All right, now, you doing it.
You can't be at this counter looking cute all day. I'm a cashier, bitch.
So look, I went to go get a job, and on my first day, I almost got fired because she smelled alcohol on my breath.
All right, now.
On your breath? On your breath? I see why you almost got fired. Why you drinking going into work? I would understand if it was on the weekend, but you doing it coming in. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
You doing that on the first day, let alone why are you drinking and going to work, but you doing it on your first day. You set the standard very low for yourself, my brother. Of course, they're letting you go. They see a lifelong problem. They see a long-term problem, and that problem is you if you were to stay. So guess what? They're going to find somebody new. No, sir, no way. You got to go.
She was like, "What? Are you drinking?" I was like, "No, technically I'm not drinking. I had drunk already. I got a few beers in the car, but I left them out there because I was trying to calm down right now." She said, "You can't do that. You can't drink on the job. You can't come up here drunk." I said, "All right, but I ain't know that. You didn't tell me that in the interview. All you told me was I was going to get the job. You told me I was making $8 an hour and when I was going to start. You ain't tell me I couldn't come to work drunk." So she going to take a deep breath and was like, "I'm going to give you a second chance. Come back tomorrow and we going to try it out. But yeah, you can't do that." I was like, "All right, bet." So the next day when I show up, everything's going smooth until I work my first hour. She said she was giving me $8 an hour. I work my first hour and she ain't come around with no money. So I'm sitting here like, okay, maybe it's going to be a little while, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to wait. But then we was busy as hell. And next thing I know, I done been there for 2 hours. And she still ain't bring me no money. And 8 plus 8 shit, that's motherfucking, that's like $17 or some shit like that.
He gotta be trolling. Either he just got out the pen, he just came from being incarcerated and he don't know how the real world works, or he been a bum all his life and he trying to get his life together, but he still hasn't shaken that alcoholism, or he playing. No way this grown man really thinks like this, you know? This must be a comedian or something. He has to be a comedian. No way.
So now I'm in this motherfucker really getting impatient, but I'm like, man, this your first job, bro. You done worked the hours she owe you. I'm like, she owe you.
That explains that this is first job.
So let's just keep it like that. She owe you the bread, so just keep it like that. So I'm in this motherfucker working. Now I'm working reluctantly, though. Motherfuckers asking me to hurry up. I'm like, shit, I ain't get my money and shit. The fuck y'all talking about? Motherfuckers looking at me crazy. Third hour come around, I ain't getting no money, and this shit just still increasing. This is like $27 or $28 now. 8 times 3. I know I'm getting this shit wrong a little bit. I ain't got my calculator right now, but that shit close to like $29. So I'm in this motherfucker mad as hell. So I leave the line. I go in the office. I'm like, hey, where my motherfucking money at? She like, what are you talking about? I'm like, where my money at for the work that I did already? I already been in this motherfucker for 3 hours. She like, you joking, right? I'm like, I don't play about my motherfucking money. Bow, slapped her. She like, oh my gosh, get him off of me. Next thing I know, everybody in the motherfucking restaurant rushing me and shit. So they jumping me, right? They jumped me. So in my defense, I ran out the office, went to my book bag, came back with the burner, and motherfucking lit that bitch up. You know what I'm saying? Now get this. I got a warrant for my arrest when I didn't get paid for the work and I got jumped on. This is my first job and shit. Now motherfuckers telling me, like, dog, you tripping, man. You know what I'm saying? It don't work like that. You get paid every week and shit. She ain't say that. She said $8 an hour. She ain't say $8 a week. She said $8 an hour. And I ain't about to work for no motherfucking $8 a week anyway. These motherfuckers sound crazy as hell.
Yeah, he playing.
Have you ever seen people flipping houses and say, man, I wish I could make money like them? They've got dumpsters there. They've got contractors going in and out.
He gotta be playing, man.
gotta be playing. But some people probably really think like that for real, especially inmates fresh into the world. Imagine somebody that got life at 15 or 16. They charged them as an adult, and then he get out here. He probably would think like this.
So tell me why I started a new job the day before yesterday and I got put up under investigation and fired all fucking ready, and it's only been like 2 days. So my first shift I worked it went cool. Well, I thought it went cool. So after the shift, like a couple hours later, the scheduler come calling me talking about, so did you work on such and such hall? So I'm like, yeah. So she like, yeah, you gotta send me a statement and we gotta put you up under investigation. So I'm like, all right, bet, whatever. So I sent her the statement, and so then she called me back talking about, so, oh yeah, when you come in, go see the supervisor or whatever. So I'm like, okay, bet. But a couple hours later, I couldn't find my key. Like, I'm looking for my key, I couldn't find my key. But this is still like 3-4 hours before the shift's supposed to start. So I'm like, hey, I ain't gonna be able to come in because I can't find my key. I had already been looking for my keys for like hours. So I'm like, I can't find my keys, so I'm just letting you know earlier. And my kids was even still stuck up at school. Like, so my kids was stuck up at school. They was up there waiting. They thinking that they mama done went to the store and they never come back like they daddy did. So
man. Them kids traumatized. They had one parent left. Now you scaring them. Went to the store and didn't come back. Yeah, that happens a lot.
Tell her, and she like, she didn't text me back. So I'm like, okay, I can come in this day and do it. She probably think I was ducking the scheduler or something. I mean, ducking the supervisor or something, but I ain't scared of nobody up at that building. Like, not the administrator, not the scheduler, the supervisor, nobody that walks into that building. Now, only person I'm scared of is if Chris Brown come in that bitch and say he needs somebody to do the take you down challenge with him. That's it. I ain't scared of nobody else, bitch. Definitely not at no job. Shit, she better check my resume. No, literally. But anyway, so she ain't text me back, and I ain't go in. So I don't know if I'm fired or not or what the fuck happened, but I need to text the scheduler at my other job and tell her, I miss you, baby. I ain't seen you in 3 days. Can I see you? Something, shit. Because this shit that I did at my other job, it'll fly. Nobody won't give a fuck. Even the no car, no show that I just flew. That's green at my other job. They don't give a fuck. Just come in when you can. And on top of all this losing job shit, y'all, why I gotta go to BMW and get another key, and the key costs $600 fucking dollars. So y'all need to like this. I don't know. Don't send it to too many people because then she gonna see it, this scheduler. And it's like every time I talk about somebody on this app, they miraculously see it. So I don't know, y'all, but follow me, all that shit, because I need to start getting paid on this app, I guess. Because I ain't got no job, and I got to pay $600 for a key. You know,
First off, $600 for a key? A BMW key? Cooked. I'm not getting no, bro. You ain't gonna see me in no BMW. I don't care what I had the money for. You are not gonna see me in no BMW.
One thing that I have, like, I feel like I've done a good job.
Wait one second.
They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from.
Alright, so I connected my headphones. So let's get back into it.
job of doing is just like letting go and letting God, because things that happen to me are so fucking annoying sometimes that I feel like if I didn't have my, I break down a lot, but also I accept my fate also quite a lot. So I just recently thought I got a job and I made a video about it, and I went in the interview. The supervisor or the manager was like, yeah, we're under new management now, so we're looking for 2 servers. No, we're looking for 2 hosts and a server. I really like you. I feel like you could be a host. When can you come back tomorrow? Shook my hand. Literally told me, I said, wait, hey, sir, am I going to be able to, tell my family that I have, a job? And he's like, yeah, I was supposed to come back the next day, whatever. Come back the next day at 4, whenever they tell me. Come. He's not there. It's another lady, a different manager, and she, has a fucking attitude, but not really, and I'm just being, nice. And so she's like, wait, so when did you get hired? And I was like, oh, yesterday. The manager, he told me to come back today at 4. She was like, okay, you know what? We're going to get your information. What time are you available tomorrow? And I was like, well, you know what? I actually am not available tomorrow, but I am available Sunday. So obviously all of this bullshit happened earlier in the week. But anyways, yeah. So she's like, okay. Obviously they have my number, right? Because they have my resume. How do you not have my number? You messaged me on Indeed for this. But the next day, so I got the interview, I want to say Wednesday. I was supposed to go back Thursday. No. I got the interview Thursday. I was supposed to go back Friday. And then I went back Friday, and I was supposed to hear back from them on Saturday. And for some reason, I was like, fuck, I feel like they're going to text me something really bad. I just feel like I have a really bad feeling about this. But I'm like, no, I'm probably just, being, the negative person I always am. But I'm not negative. I just feel like I'm a realist.
Are you a negative person or a realist? I guess her reality is negative. She living a negative life. I could tell by those stacks of ones, she lives a negative life, if you know what I mean. I guess she thought she was going to have a legitimate job. She could tell her family she done left the club. I'm just speculating, y'all. I mean, who else got a stack of ones like that? And you're not doing something strange for a little change.
So I was busy because I was helping one of my best friends with her son's birthday party. So I'm at the birthday party and I'm having this slight anxiety. Fuck, I just kind of feel like they're going to text me something bad, or not text me, or I'm maybe they're never going to call me. Maybe they're just going to stand me up. I don't know. So I get a text from Stagecoach in Riverside, and they're like, yeah, actually our owner didn't give us the okay to hire anybody new. So when we do have the okay, we'll give you a call.
Want to become a data center technician? If you're tired of your current career, even though you're getting paid well, and you want to switch careers.
Okay, see, this is exactly why I don't get excited for things. I just let things, wait, do my eyelashes, do I look cross-eyed? No. Anyways, this is exactly why I just let things ride out and I don't get excited. No, I'm not getting excited for shit. Nothing makes me excited. I look forward to things barely, kind of, but then when I try to look forward to something, I'm like, fuck, what if I die before that happens? I don't know. It's very hard for me to look forward to things because I literally just thought I had 2 jobs, and I'm very grateful for having my job that I have now, but it's very important to me to have 2 jobs. But anyways, I do appreciate my chill girl personality, even though I'm not really a chill girl.
Her mindset is the problem, for one. What you think and speak becomes bond, becomes flesh.
Yo, listen. So, this one is about to be... I got 4 more videos after this one. So I'll tell y'all this. Like, comment, subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. I post whenever I want to. I will be doing a 24-hour stream. Stay tuned. I'm not going to let y'all know what day it will be. Just stay tuned. Be on the lookout. Like, comment, subscribe to the channel. The Uninvited Club Podcast And if you want to join the community, go to my Discord. Apply. Look for the mod application. It's in there. It's in there. Peace.
Ooh, now believe me. Do you even see me? How I came or you wouldn't believe me. Heart too cold, it's freezing. I'm going all in, no safety. Larry Bird, I'm ballin', can't guard me lately. They ain't see the grind out, they wanna praise me. But back then they ain't even rate me. Late nights in the dark, I was fighting demons.